Hey my lovelies and welcome back to Bex Square Gaming. I am Scottish Bex and it's time for more Ship Graveyard Simulator 2. Now, the time has come for what I have been dreading and you may or may not have been looking forward to, which is the next DLC, which I believe is... I don't know if it's floating giants, floating palaces... or floating cities. I think it's floating cities, right? Which is essentially the big cruise liners. The really big ones, the really expensive ones, and I'm not dreading them because of their size. I'm not worried about that. Any project can be handled and anything can be broken down with enough time. That is not what I'm worried about. What I'm concerned about is whether or not my PC can handle it. I'm hoping. The problem you've got, though, obviously, is that I do have a secondary program running in the background, which is this recording equipment. But I'm hoping that's not going to cause too many issues. I'll not know till I get into it. So let's get into it and try the first one, shall we? Here goes. All right, we are in it. Is that floating? We are in our upgraded home. So it's not fully upgraded, but it's an upgrade from what it was before. So let's see. We are going on to something that may make me cry. So again, remember, for anyone who's not seen previous videos, I am doing these in order of release. This one has only just been released as part of the new game that's coming out. And it's part of, you have to have the Steel Giants DLC. So I'm skipping that and coming back to that because technically that was released after the fishing boats. So I'm going to keep working my way down and then I'll come back to that. So the next one we're doing is this one here. So MV... I don't know, is that Janssonius? I don't know. It's a polar class 6 vessel that takes passengers on wonderful expeditions to the Arctic and the Antarctic. Nice. I imagine that's got to be... Is that not got to be an icebreaker then? Anyway, unfortunately it was left to rot after another big ship hit it on the side, making it irreparable. Okay, so it's 10k buy-in, which I have. And we've got 3k, 9k of contracts. Interesting. But the resources are 8k. So you've got to have a combination, but you always have to usually have a combination. It's very rare that the resources equal the buy-in value. It's usually the contracts that bring that up. So it's not the biggest one. I think that's going to be that one. But... It's one of the biggies. It's one of the biggest ones, I imagine. I think that one looks like it's going to be a fair size, but I think these three are the biggest we're going to get. So let's do this. This is probably going to take a while to load, guys. That wasn't too bad. That was about a minute and a half, actually. I was expecting that to be much Where the hell's the ship? Did it not load? Are you kidding me? Did it not load? No, it says scrap, so it says it's... Okay, I'm so confused right now. Oh! Bigger ships, bigger beach. Oh, okay. This is it. You're out of space. All the cruise ships have been moved to a new, larger area. Conveniently located in neighbouring... That's a graveyard. I'm hoping that's a ship graveyard and we're not going to get there with actual gravestones. Accessing it through the entrance next to the sorting area. Have fun. Okay. Next to the... Alright, I'm going to go have a look. See if I can find it first. Sorting areas. Is that the sorting area? That's not that way. Well, that's... are we going that... Can we go through there? Yes, you can. Look, there's a road. Okay, there's a road. Okay, the road goes off in 3 directions here. It's not there. I don't think it's this way. There's too much stuff on the... Oh, no, look. Maybe it is this way. No, look, you can get right up here. Is this your warehouse? So that's kind of neat if it is. Oh, look at it. She's a beaut. Oh, it's cracker. Absolute beaut. Okay, right. We need to find our way back here. Where does the other road go then? Oh, look, there's some of the pieces, the hull pieces we pulled off on previous That's cool. Well done, Gate. That's neat. So where does this road go? So, like, they're not gonna... They can't be... Oh, okay, this brings you round... It still brings you round to it. Okay, and... Yeah. Okay, look, and there's... That's how you get down onto it. I imagine it's probably safer to keep your truck up there and throw stuff in. But that may be a pain if you have to then run round to get up to it. Okay. Okay. I've got this. Let's go back and get the truck. Let's go back and get the truck. All right. Oh, yeah, you can see it now that you're in the truck. Okay, I can see it in the distance. Yeah, now that I know what I'm looking for, I can see it. Yes. How does that work with the crane? Well, I suppose the crane would just turn the other direction, wouldn't it? Because your warehouse was to that bit there, so... Okay. This doesn't look too daunting. I think we've seen worse. I mean, maybe it's the bigger area makes it seem smaller, but I think we've done a bigger one than that. I think maybe it's a value of stuff that's in this, maybe. I don't know. Let's do our usual. Let's run round and pick up things on the outside first. That's one of my preferred things to do. I am a bit sniffly today, guys. I do apologise if you hear me sniffling. I'll try and make sure I don't do any big ones on that I won't cut out. But the problem is that it's really cold here, and I have a form of asthma that gets set off by the cold, so I'm struggling a little bit with it. It's really cold here, and you know what cold does for breathing. And yeah. As far as I'm aware, I don't have the flu or anything like that. I feel fairly okay, although I do feel a bit tired, but other than that. So, I mean, maybe I've got a small bit, but I think it's more likely it's just the cold. I don't do well with cold weather. I never have done, which is hilarious given I live in Scotland. But in terms of coldness, it's not actually as cold as people think. There are way colder places. Can I just jump straight up? Yes. There are way colder places on the planet. Scotland's more wet than cold, to be honest. All right, let's go up and take a look. Oh, these are weird. Oh. So this looks like, look at these go all the way along. So this looks like there's going to be a lot of additional little crane elements. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. That's going to be interesting. Okay, let's do a little bit of clear on the deck. I don't think, is this deck level? No, technically I think below's deck level. I think this is... Right, so let's release this. Something tells me this ship's going to have to be taken apart very carefully if those things, because you never know what connects to what. So, yeah, I've got the feeling this is going to get interesting. I think certain ones need to come out before other ones, I think. Oh, look at that. The ship's coming apart already. I've not even got to it. That would not at all concern me if I was taking a cruise on it. Imagine being on a cruise and be like, guys, there is a gap. A wreck! Let me off in the next port. I love water. I love water in general. I've always loved water. The ocean terrifies me. Like, my favorite place if I'm really struggling and I need to relax is a bath or a shower, and I love to swim. I love to go swimming. It's my favorite thing to do in terms of sports. I do really enjoy swimming. But the ocean is something else entirely. And it's terrifying. It's beautiful. And it should be respected. But it terrifies me. And so the idea of being on ships, no, I don't, I don't really get seasick too much. I've been on, obviously, I've been on enough boats traveling between Scottish islands and stuff. It's not, I don't mean all of that. I just mean the idea of being out in the proper open ocean just is a terrifying concept, I think. But that's a personal thing rather than me saying, right, let's get this top. I'm hoping these are going to come apart as one piece. Let's see. No, okay, so it's not like that on the ship. Darn it. I was hoping it was going to be, because this is a big boy. Right, let me go around and get these loosened off. Alright, let's do this. Oh, yep, it's going. Oh, I must have not cut it properly somewhere. Here. Oh. Here we go. Well, that's a bit disappointing that it's not the double one that we had with the other one. They were awesome. Look. Ooh. Might get in there. Take that off. That's going to be a beauty if I can get into that. Get in the damn. There we go. Right, that's not a good sign that I completely misjudged the bits that I needed to cut there. Never mind. Alright. That was nice, but I didn't drop anything, which is a pain in the bahookie. Right, okay, let's... I guess I'm going to have to just do this piece at a time, which is... Oh, yeah, there's a kind of ridge of things holding it up. Okay. Right, I'm just going to toss that down there for the moment. I can detach these top bits. This is annoying. I hate it when you get that and you can't just drop stuff, but that's the way it is. I don't want to rush this one and I know like the best thing to do is drop walls and do all that, and that might be the efficient. Actually, is that all that's holding it up? I need to be really careful. I don't know. I mean, saying that, it did load pretty fast, didn't it? I'm just nervous about dropping how much at any given time. I'm just worried about it erroring and breaking. So, yeah, I don't know whether it'll handle it. Because I do have a second program running for recording purposes. I'm just hoping that it's not going to cause too many issues. All right. Can we just, you know what to do? Let's just take out pieces that might be holding the top bit here. Right? Let's just be sensible this way. Like so. Can we get this out and this out, right? And then let's... Okay. So do these... Oh, look at that. Okay, so let's... Can we... Can we sneakily cut this bit out and get the first little bits away? There we go. Alright, let's get this bottom layer down, shall we? Oh, pop the sides. That was lovely. Oh, look at the luggage. Oh, that's cool. Oh. I'm not sure I'd want... I'm hoping it's a bikini because I'm not sure I want my pants on display for everybody. Nice. Okay. Don't want to go too much lower. I think the point being I'm trying to bring everything back, I think, to this layer as the thought process. I don't know if that's the deck layer. I'd say that feels like that's the deck layer. I don't know. Alright, right. Okay. We're getting our head around this. It feels like this could be not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I haven't yet seen it go, which is maybe okay, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, there's a lot to do, guys. There's layers and layers and layers, but it looks like underneath is all cargo spaces, so really it's this bit that's going to take the time. So let me go up. Woof. Right. Okay, so I want to go up and take a look at up. Oh, okay. Does any of this just... No, we need to detach all. Okay, that's important to know. Which I figured. I mean, I didn't think you'd be able to just click on it and crane it away. It wouldn't stay in place while the ship was in motion. But I just... You don't know because obviously with it being rotten and rusting, sometimes things are broken away. So we've had that before where things were able to just be lifted because they technically loosened and collapsed. All right, all of this. I'm curious as to... My concern if I cut them is they'll just fall off, but I can't see how you wouldn't just cut them. Or maybe they technically don't because these bits are still at... I don't know. How about we start here? It was a guess that they were crane elements, but I figured they were. I didn't think that's the one you can, you know, shove in your tiny little box. Okay, that sounded wrong, Bex, but you know what I mean, guys. Alright. That can go. And that can go. Next bat. Oh, look. Okay. Ooh! You're funky. They're not like the normal stairs. Do we want to bring this little... Level 7? Okay, so there's a 7 levels. Okay, that includes this level that we've just done. Okay. Ooh, I'm not sure I want to detach anything here. Alright, let's... What is this? Okay. Train station, it's time. I assumed there was going to be some kind of gap under that, but no, apparently not. Okay. This is interesting. This is really interesting. So I might go... While I'm waiting for the crane to do its thing, I might go stick my face down here. Ooh, look at this. Let's do some clearing, shall we? This is cool. I like this. This is neat. I like the little fire alarms on the walls. That's... This is kind of funky. Kind of like it. I might not in a little bit when I get frustrated and break things, but... Oh, okay. Oh, Lord. But for the moment, I like it. Oh, that's a weird shaped wall. Did we see those kind of shaped walls in the big one that I did? I don't remember those kind of shaped walls. Oh, like them. They're kind of cool. Kind of nice. Okay. They're not, it's not very wide, is it, actually? Oh, neat. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Is that something I... No, that looks like it's the actual wall panel. That's neat. Ooh, look. Hey, I better not break down too many of them in case they're supporting things above. I don't think they would be. But you never know. Maybe clear the hallway first. It sounds like the crane's finished. I think this is going to be the longest part of this game, is going to be clearing the stuff inside. What's that? Something that's sticking through from the other side. Okay. Then we have electricity. I'm going to just keep going down. Clearing the hallway. Oh, that's not a good sign. Blue blood. Who bleeds blue blood? Yep. It's not the Predator. It's not a Vulcan. Andromedans? I don't know. I'm gonna just keep going through the main hallway first. I do that every time. I don't get quite close enough to do it, and it really annoys me that I do that. So trust me, it's not just you guys that annoys. I don't intend to throw those things. It's that I don't somehow manage to click it right, and then, yeah. So that's the main hallway cleared. Oh, there's more stairs at the... Woo! Okay, hi. Alright. Alright. I'm getting this. Okay, I'm liking this. This is kind of cool. Alright. Let's do this side first. Anything exciting? Man, You'd think that people would have taken their gear with them when they left, but apparently not. That's really neat, actually. Oh! What the hell is this? Is this like... Oh, this is like the, lock-picking game in, Oblivion, Skyrim. Oh, open the safe. Lock picking. Cruise ships are full of treasures. You can find many safes lying around, left on those ships containing money. That won't be too easy as they're well secured. To open, you will need some patience and steady hands. To begin the lock picking process... Oh, sorry guys. To begin the lock picking process, approach the safe and interact with a good hunting use. To rotate. Yeah, so just the same as Oblivion and Skyrim and stuff. Right, okay. So the question I have is, if I haven't opened a safe, would the magnet pick it up, or would the magnet leave it behind if you haven't opened it yet? That is a question I would need to know, because if it picks it up before, you would lose the money that was in the safe, right? Which would mean, because you wouldn't have the chance to open the safe. So you don't... Does that mean you don't? Oh, I'd need to test it. I would need to... The thing is, you can't pick anything up and move it. Otherwise, I'd pick one up and move it to another location and then test the magnet. The problem is, if I use it, it's going to empty all the floors, and there's no way I can actually test that theory. And my nervousness would be the magnet would maybe pick it up. It shouldn't. Surely it shouldn't, right? Because it doesn't pick up other things. It doesn't pick up the heavy object. Yeah, but the heavy object is different. It has to be removed by a crane, right? This one I picked up after I don't know. Because technically, the crane shouldn't care whether you've emptied it or not. It would just pick it up, right? Because it's just a piece of metal. Okay. I don't know. Well, I'm going through the rooms anyway right now, so this really shouldn't be an issue, should it? Because by the time I get to use the magnet, I'll have emptied it. I'll have emptied all of this anyway. I agree with what one of my viewers said. One of the viewers had said that they feel like the magnet's better for end of stuff, where you're just kind of using it to pick stuff up once you drop layers. And I kind of think that was it. You just have to be careful. What I did clock last time, which I don't know if I said during the recording, was that it does seem to empty stuff on layers below. So even though technically there's no view to those and there's no way through, it does actually seem to pick up stuff from those layers, which doesn't make sense, which I don't like, because, and I agree with the viewer on this point, you then don't see what was in those rooms, so you don't really see the rooms as such. I kind of agree with that a little bit, in the sense of, I kind of like seeing what's in the ships. That's kind of half the fun of these games, is like, oh, what was this, and what was this used for, and what was, you know. I kind of agree. I think a huge part of what's enjoyable about this game is seeing how they've designed these ships. Now, people might disagree. They might feel that, well, no, they might feel like, no, the thing that's fun about this game is simply that you take things apart, smash, wallop, you know, like, Hulk smash. But, who knows, you know? Yeah, like, that was 150. I mean, there could only be two, there could only be 2, 3, 4, guys, I just lost the ability to English. There could only be a handful of safes, or there could be one in every room. When you think of a hotel, most hotels have one in every room. So it's probably, although it's saying I haven't seen one in every room, it's probably likely that the further down we go, the more of them there's going to be. So, yeah. Right, what's... These rooms are quite neat, actually. But then for a cruise, I would kind of expect there to be decent rooms, not gonna lie. I think if I paid a lot... Cruises are expensive. If I paid out a lot of money for a cruise, I think I'd be expecting a damn good room too. Do you know the interesting thing I was reading about once? It was a while back now, but somebody was saying that there are like sort of people who've gone into retirement who've chosen to like literally book permanent rooms on cruises because they get like super good discounts from the cruise companies, and it's actually cheaper than going into like care homes and stuff like that. Like it's cheaper on a yearly basis than like, and you're just like, now the difference with care homes and stuff is there is actual carers. There would not be carers on a cruise ship, but it's not the point. The point being, I get if you're of able body, I get what people are saying. It's cheaper to live on a cruise ship and travel the world continuously than it is to actually have a home and pay rent and all of that throughout, and mortgage and all that throughout the year, and which is insane, isn't it? Really, how accurate that is, I don't know. I was reading a few articles on it. Now again, don't believe everything you read on the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't make it true. But I was doing a bit of trying to do a bit of looking into it, and it seemed to be some genuine, some of it not. So I was a bit like, that's interesting. I think you would have to get a deal from the cruise people, but could you imagine living like that? Like just not having a home and just literally living and now that's fine if you're someone who doesn't need a lot of space, which I imagine people who spent a lot of time backpacking in their life probably would actually enjoy that. But for me personally, and you know, no, but I like home to be home. But then I suppose if you're in the room for long enough, it becomes your home. But the problem is if they moved you around for maintenance and stuff. I mean, what happens if they're exactly that? They're needing to shut ship down for maintenance, or they're taking it, they're decommissioning it, or they're, you know, how does that work? Sorry guys, I am absolutely ranting about the most random crap, but cruise, I've never been on a cruise. I'm not even, you know, I've never been on a cruise. It's not something I've ever done. I'm not, like I say, I'm not a massive want to be out in the open waters kind of thing. It's not my thing. Now I know that's not all of it. They go to different locations, stop in at different ports, and they do all of that, and I 100% understand that, but it's not my cup of tea. But I can see the appeal to anyone that does enjoy it. Come on, open. I mean, that one only had 25 in it, but, you know. Like, so we've had, what, 3-4 saves? I'm not sure. I keep yawning, guys. I'm so sorry. It's not like I'm not awake. I mean, I've been up a couple hours. It's not that late in the day. It is... I may be hungry, actually. That's maybe what's making me... it is saying a lunchtime. And it is a Saturday, so it is... Ooh. Oh, I don't want to break anything above me yet, though, until I know what I'm looking at. My nervousness is I don't want to click on anything that then delodges any of the crane elements. I need to be very, very careful with that, because there seems to be a lot of crane elements running down the side. So, yeah, I need to be sort of careful, I think. So it's like the bridge. I wonder if there's going to be one of them in every single level. I didn't even think to get any mobile containers before I started the bigger ship. You think I would have? Sensibility, you know, would have been like, oh, maybe you should get one. But I didn't even think to get any. I just kind of was like, oh, time to start it. Well, I've almost filled that, so, you know. Alright, let's... Do you know what? I kind of... How does this... I'm just a bit nervous about how all of this comes apart. Alright, I think maybe we can try cutting it and see what happened. Oh, I don't know. I'm just nervous as to whether this needs to come off first or this, because some of this does need to come off in, sometimes in the right order. We discovered that with other ships, so, you know. How about we just take the sides off and see what happens? Oh, my little truck down there. Looks so tiny from this distance. Well, from this height, should I say. XCOM vibes are back, by the way, guys. Not quite as much as they were on that other one, but definitely coming back a little bit. I think that part of that is because I started playing it, and the videos for that will be up by now. Oh, look. Eh? How does that work? Is that the same? Is that just gonna... No, okay. So do we need to... What's holding that on? It doesn't have all the connectors destroyed. Okay. Okay, okay. So, is there more connect... Okay. I'm gonna move away from the back end and go in this way. Hey! Couldn't have done that better if I tried. Somehow managed into that cupboard. Doesn't have... Oh, look! Okay. So this isn't a case of removing the floors, this is a case of unlocking the areas. Oh, this is a little bit different from last time. You could so easily screw that up. Look, see? Right, and then what have we got? If we go in here... What's this? Oh. Interesting. So that was those things I saw before that I said I don't want to knock down in case I damage something. Okay. All right, let's do this side, shall we? Oh, this could so easily go so wrong. I have no doubt at some point on this I'm going to screw part of it up somewhere. Because I think I've been quite lucky on a few of them. Like, there was one of them previously where by sheer luck I'd gone down the back to see what else was left and discovered a whole load of stuff that if you took everything in front out was going to collapse. And I remember being like, oh my goodness. And I have no doubt that something like that is, you know, so I've been too lucky up to now. My luck is so clearly going to run out at some point, you know. Okay. Did I not click that one to go? So what's holding this in? There's a connector. Is it this connector I saw? Yes, it is. I think it's this connector here. Is there more connect? Yes, there is. Okay. Okay, so got to remember this one. It's not the floors. It's... Okay. Kind of cool though. This is going to take a while. What about them? Did they just come away with... Oh look, they come away with crane as well. Did they just disconnect? Like, do you just... Ah. Interesting. Okay, okay. Oh, this is really cool. It's going to take me a while. I wish I'd had the money to upgrade my thing again, but I think I don't know if it's 15,000. Was it 15,000 to upgrade the Okay. Is this side the same? Yeah, look. You're going to have to take away the sides because there's stuff here that needs to come off as well. Oh, okay. Oh, I need to be careful of that. If I drop that floor, that potentially would collapse, right? Okay, so I need to think about that. Right, so 3 left in the queue. Not sure what the 3 are. Oh, that one, and then that side piece over here that I clicked on to see what would happen if you just, yeah, which was... Oh, look, that's just a knock it down thing. That one wasn't, but those ones are just a knock it down. Interesting. And we've got, right. Oh, nice. Down there, lots of stuff, lots of stuff. This is I'm kind of enjoying this one. I'm not sure how efficient I'm going to be with this one in terms of, I'm a bit nervous about collapsing too much in one go, in case I essentially overload my system. But I certainly, I'm just curious to see these ships look like they've had a lot of effort put into them, and I'm very curious to see blue walls. That's a beautiful blue, by the way. That's a beautiful, deep, rich blue. Lovely. Need to take the roof off here so I can get that out. And that's going to be full soon. So the other thing I wanted to test was, is this one you knock down or is this one you crane out? Ah. So you crane that out. Okay. Okay. These are important things to know. Okay. So let's... Where is this? Is it over here? Around here, I think. Can't be that far along. Maybe it's here then. The wall won't be. There you go. Go. I was really hoping this was going to be the double roof thing that we had on that previous one, but apparently not, and I'm gutted. I really like that, because do you know the thing that annoys me the most is having to do 2 layers? Really pisses me off. But other than that, it's the only thing that, yeah, it's the only thing that really bugs me. Let me up there. Okay. Need to take the roofs here down. Get those lifeboats out by the looks of it. Oh! Ah, man, that's a mess I need to clean up. Right, okay. I don't really know what my battle plan for this one is. I'm kind of, I will confess I am winging it ever so slightly because I'm not sure what my plan is for this, to be honest. I don't really know. It's hard to judge with the newish ones because you don't really know what's in here, what's coming, you know. I think trying to pay attention to potential crane elements and yeah. Up. There we go. All right. Maybe I want to get that. So the other thing I need to think about doing is going along and dropping the walls. Because there was these bits here that I can't get out until I've dropped the... Right? Yeah, okay. So if I do that... Yeah, it's the walls holding it. So I need to go along and drop these walls, right? Get other crane elements out. Oh man, that's slow slog. It's going to be... Do you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to run along this way first so I can access all of it quickly. So I'll do that first. Right, so I've been along and cut all the side pieces out. So that I can easily move along. And then what I'm going to do is go along now and drop all the outer wall. Okay, hopefully I didn't fluff this. And this was the right thing to do. It must be the right thing to do, though, because it said, when I clicked on it, it did say that this was the pieces stopping it from going. So I'm assuming this is correct. We'll find out if I get to the end and the heavy support breaks. No, I think we're good. I think that's what we needed to do. Nice. Nice. Okay. And I think... what is this? Oh, these are just breakable pieces. Okay. It's fine. I'll go up there and release that above there so we can get this off. Get that other bolt away. Okay. Right, so I'm just about an hour on my recording timer, but given that I waffled for a bit at the start, plus it took me a while to work out where the hell this bigger section was, I've probably only been going for about 45 minutes. I think for 45 minutes I've cleared the first top deck, I've taken down 2 pieces of hull over there and cleared a little bit out, already filled a mobile cargo container, got it away, and got another one half filled. I think for 45 minutes in, I think I'm doing pretty well, actually, for a new ship. I think that's, yeah. Right. That looks like, okay. I need to be doing the other side as well. The other thing I need to think about is how these come out. Can't. Alright, okay, so, alright. I suspect these are going to cause issues as well. Alright, let's bring this down. Hopefully that will bring the one to the left as well. There we go. I do like the colours. It's a nice green, but that blue back at the thing was beautiful. That deep blue. It's like a deep Edwardian royal blue. It was gorgeous. Okay, alright. Oh! Interesting. This can't go. Why can't this go? Oh, okay, okay. It's a sit there. Oh, this looks like this is going to be a really interesting dismantle. Okay, so I think we need to do this side as well for, yeah, those parts there. Okay. Right, so what I'm going to do is the same thing I did last time. I'm going to run along the edge here first and take down so I can easily get the whole edge in one go. Right, I'm gonna nip over and throw what I picked up out. And I set one of them to pick up, but this one I can't pick up until I've brought this down. So let's get all of this down. Now, that should be the first section ready to pop. Obviously, there's a gap between them, so I can't do this quite the same way I did the last ones. Oh. Helps if you don't miss a bit, Becky. Right, and then we should be able to pop out that and that. Problem if you look away is, yeah. Done that a few times where I look away after I've clicked the button like that. Now it's craned up and you accidentally crane it up. Okay, let's go. Let's get this next section. Right. I'd love to know what they actually say there. I mean, obviously they're speaking. It's just not a language I understand. I would love to know what the translation is for some of what they're saying. I love languages in general. I'm terrible at them, but I love them. So many languages. You know, it's amazing the fact that, you know, the way speech develops. It's incredible. So many beautiful languages as well. Well, almost all of them are gorgeous. I mean, there's very few I'd be like, well, that's a horrible one to listen to. Most languages are stunning to listen to. Right, why can't I? Really? I'm not sure. I think that's underneath. Oh, that. So give me here. I think it's this piece, right? No, it's this piece here, right? Yeah, it's this piece that's causing issues, okay? I meant to get that damn piece out? Maybe I have to do it from above. Well, I'm worried if I do it from above, it's going to break. There we go. That was weird. It didn't require that at the other side. Anyway. Oh, it's at the far end that we haven't taken. Okay. Ooh. Something over there. Okay, so this needs to come up. So this is causing problems. Okay. And that one's away. It's going to be the same here. That's going to cause problems on this side as well. Hell yeah! Alright. I think we have safely removed all the crane elements from this level, bar this, but they're technically the lower level down. I think this level is pretty sound. I'm pretty happy with this level. I think, other than the odd sign that I've missed, I think I don't see anything else on this level that's making me go, ooh, that needs to come out. I think we're okay to start the next one. So, yeah. Let's go back and do the way we did it last time. Let's start from the far end and come forward. Okay. Quite a view. It's very pretty. I'm presuming there are ships waiting to be dismantled out there. Or just ships in a harbour to begin with. I think the safest thing to do straight away is take them out. Because I don't need to go back up, so we're fine. And even if I do, I have my throwaway thing for that anyway. Right, I think this time I'm going to be not as fortunate with ability to put into something. So I think first thing I need to do is establish access to my truck. Like so. Oh, maybe not. Hey, that's a different wall. Oh, neat. I'm gonna take the roof off as well. That should allow better throwing. There we go. Okay. So this area is done. I'm wondering if we're going to be able to just release any of this. Right, walls are holding it. Okay, so let's... That's, yeah. I mean, we still need to take this piece off as well, but that's the edges off at least, right? What's this? Some kind of fountain, maybe? Splaky? I don't know what that was. Right. Let's do what we can see first before we start venturing into rooms. This is oh my goodness. Okay, that comes down, all right. Some kind of library seated area, maybe? I don't know. Interesting, the roof's glitching slightly. They look like odd... Yeah, they're an odd shape. Maybe that's what's causing it. Whatever happened to the doors on the bathroom? Do we want to know? Apparently you just pee in public now. Some people do anyway. It's disturbing, but, you know, each to their own. Oh, gym. Okay. I can't look at them without having flashbacks to PE as a kid. I don't know if anybody else is the same. Oh! I didn't realise what I clicked on. I almost forgot these were in the game. It's a nice addition. I mean, it's a bit fidgety. It's a weird mechanic to suddenly throw into this game. I would like to know what other people think of that. Like, do people like it as an... Like, it doesn't bother me because I play a lot of RPG games in my personal time, and that is a standard function in any one of those. So for me, it's just like, oh, okay. Didn't expect to see it in this game, but it doesn't bother me. It's not a functionality that bothers me in any way, shape, or form. So I would just be curious if somebody who's not a big RPGer just finds that just a weird addition. I'll be honest, wasn't expecting to see it in this game. Why? Because we're breaking down abandoned stuff. I didn't think you would be... Like, people would have left stuff on the ships the way they have. I figured it would be furniture, yes. That kind of thing I expected because, you know... Depending on how old it was when it went, it's maybe not worth there was no resale value in it, and that I get. I wasn't expecting to find, like, surely somebody would have scavenged through it and whipped everything. I find it hard to believe that they didn't. There's no way. There's no, especially given it's a simple lockpick. I do, you know, understand it if it was really powerful digital locks and you needed special tools to get through it or whatever, and even though it's a proper hacker takes 2 seconds to get through. But you know what I mean, like, I just bit weird to add suddenly in. I'm not saying I dislike it, I'm just saying I wasn't expecting it for this particular game. So I would be curious on other people's interpretation of that. Like, whether people are like, no, I think it's great, or whether people are like, yeah, that's a little weird. Like, can you open the fridge and whip a Coke? I mean, what? You know, it's just a weird... Yeah. I'm overthinking this, guys. I know I'm overthinking this. You've met me. I don't not overthink. It's a constant for me. I'm wondering if every DLC's added a concept in going forward. So, you know, you had the, you know, so the stuff that was the first one was the basic I'm just gonna give up being able to talk today, I swear. The basic hazards, so electricity and all that. And then we got the newer hazards, which were toxic, radioactive, and steam. Was steam added in on one of the DLCs? I think it might have been. So, and then we got new cargo that could come out in one of the DLCs, and, you know, a few other bits and pieces. So I'm wondering if every DLC seems to have added something that seemed to then get brought forward. So I'm wondering if the safes are going to be the new one. It might not be. I just feel it's a new mechanic. So part of me thinks maybe, which is going to be annoying because it kind of, what was the point in giving you the magnet then? Because it's not going to work with the safes. Well, you could just ignore the safes, I suppose, or not. Depends on whether you're tight ass like, you know, some of the rest of us. Right, was in here, right? I really like the funky walls in here. That's kind of neat. It's a nice addition. It's kind of, changes it up a little bit instead of looking at the same stuff over and over and over, which is nice. Never been on a cruise, so I can't comment if they do that kind of thing in the rooms. Anyone who's been on one can maybe tell us if you've been on one. Too expensive for me, but yeah. Plus, to be honest, it's not really about that. It's about, I mean, if you really enjoy something, you find the money for it. So it's not really about that. It's about it's the idea of the sea and that. Yeah, no, I'm good. Right. See, that was a couple of opened ones. There's a whole bunch of opened ones in here. See, that's interesting. Might need to make another opening in the walls because I feel like this is... it's only 2 minutes to run back. It's not even 2 minutes. It's only like 3 seconds to run back to it, isn't it? Stop being lazy, Becky. I like how they've been kind of trashed, though. That's kind of ooh, kind of neat. That was not my intention. That was also not my intention. Hang on. Oh. You get everything but one piece and you're like, I have to come back for one thing. One thing. Have you been collecting the lights? Yes, I have. Okay. Like, you're opening safes. Why not open the suitcases? There could be valuable items in there. Like, what? You know, it's if you're going to add in that mechanic, add it in all the way. I'm just being pernickety, guys. If I ain't whinging, I ain't happy. That's, you know, not true, actually. Right, and in here. Getting close, getting close. I'm assuming their argument for why stuff was left was because the ship was hit by another ship and they had to do an emergency evacuation. I'm assuming that is why everything got left behind. But surely at some point they would have sent somebody on board to collect everybody's valuables and stuff and return them to the owner. You would have assumed, but hey, what do I know? Do you know what would be interesting? I don't know if they have. I haven't checked whether they've done this. A challenge mode, like to do it within so many throws. Like you can only use so many. You know, to stop you half filling a collection before you throw it, like, or you've got to do it with a certain time limit, or you've got to dismantle it a certain way. Challenge modes actually could potentially make this game quite interesting. Not obviously not the only way you can play this game. Obviously, I like it the way it is, and I don't mean change that. I mean add in, if they wanted to add in new content, a challenge mode would, I think, whoa. How did I manage that? A challenge mode would certainly be interesting, I think. You know, like pick a lock within 3 seconds. You know, that kind of thing, you know. Find all of this. Now, I know that's what the achievements are, and so I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about... You know what I'm talking about. Not necessarily... Well, you could do... Oh... Could do speed runs. I'm talking more, you know, limitations, or you've got to do it in a certain way, adding in blocks so that you can't get into it this way. You have to go up, down, round, back, forward, you know, like adding new bits into it to make it harder, or, you know, like some kind of challenges for different vessels. I think that could be quite interesting. I'm not saying, like I say, I'm not saying versus the original game, not at all. I'm saying leave the original game as it, well, fix the bloody bugs, because we know there's quite a few. I've played, I went back and played some of the earlier ships with a friend on multiplayer, and yeah, so I mean, multiplayer is really, really glitchy, because they hosted the game and I joined their game, and yeah, it was really glitchy. So I'm not saying, you know, there's a lot of bugs in this game that need fixed. I'm not even going to pretend there's not. So I'm not talking about that. Obviously fix the initial game, but I'm not talking about changing the initial game for the challenges. I'm saying add it as a new mode. I would be curious as to what kind of challenges, whether people would A, be interested in that, and 2, what kind of challenge modes should they add? Like, what would people think would be interesting challenges to add? That would be interesting. Right, I need to... What's blocking it? Didn't see what was blocking it. Oh, okay, this is blocking it. How weird. It didn't imply that the whole thing was blocking it. It implied the bolts were blocking it. That's a weird concept. Okay, that is weird. It's not the walls that were blocking it, it was the bolts. That is definitely one of the weirdest things we've seen. Okay, like that. That's surely that's not right. I understand walls blocking it, but surely the bolts shouldn't be blocking it. Alright, so we've got more that needs to come out similar along here. So let's take these down like we did last time, I think. These also are going to need to come out at some point. Oh, there you go. I'm taking this apart fairly efficiently. I'm okay with that. I think we're doing sort of okay. So I'm going to do what I did last time. I'm going to run along and release the edges and then come back for the longer piece. All right, let's go. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Alright, so let's get this cleaned up. Alright. So at the time of recording, this is about a week into 2026. My New Year's resolution this year is to read more. I used to read all the time as a kid, like sort of 3 to 5 books in a week. My favorite thing when I was really little was not really little, but when I was younger was the point horror series. I don't know if anyone remembers those. Yeah, I loved the equivalent of teen horror, essentially, which is not a really surprise given how much I like horror as an adult, really. But I like, it's not really the ghosty aspect of a lot of that. Hang on. I prefer the stuff that was more based on humans, you know, human. It's all, it turned out to be like their best friend or whatever, like I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't mind the ones that had the supernatural elemental horror, but I think for me, the scarier part for most horror is humans. Humans are the most terrifying things because, when you can put it down to supernatural elements, you just kind of go, all right, okay, well, fair enough. But humans are capable of, yeah, all sorts. And that's terrifying. And I think human elements of horror are way, way scarier than supernatural elements of horror. But that's maybe that's a personal thing. I think other people, I know, like, I've got, like, my sister loves horror too, but like when we both went to see, I can't remember what horror movie it was together, and there was a human element to it and a supernatural one. I didn't find the supernatural element particularly scary. I found the human element scary, and she was the opposite. And I think it's interesting how depending on the horror, different elements creep you out a bit more than others. And I think my brain's a really, really logical brain, so supernatural elements don't scare me as much as the reality of human nature does. But anyway, the point I'm making is I've decided my New Year's resolution this year is to read more, and I've already started. I've already finished a book. I can't read. It's not that I can't read as fast as I used to. Obviously, teenage books are much thinner than adult books. So, when you could read, they were a third to half of what, an adult book would be. So, when you could get through 3 books in a week, you'd now only get through maybe 1 to 2 books in a week. It depends on the reader. Like, I get that some people can still tan a book in a day, but it's about time. I don't have the time now that I had as a kid to sit down and do that much reading. Oh, I would love to. But I don't. So, but what I am looking for is recommendations of books and book series. So like I said, I started to read, I read point horrors when I was a kid. They were my favorite. And, but what I have been reading as an adult for a while, like I like Karen Slaughter's books. I like Patricia Cornwall. I like so the human element sort of. So I think murder mysteries with an element of this is pretty barbaric comes in, and I think I like that because it's the kind of the same shock value as the point horrors were when I was a kid, and I think that's what I like about them. So I'm looking for recommendations for series of books that I would enjoy. So not really looking for supernatural. I think not necessarily just crime. I think crime on its own, not like mafia books and stuff, probably wouldn't interest me. It's more the psychological crime, I think, is sort of psychological horror, psychological crime books. They're kind of the ones that I think I want. So if anyone's read any really good series, I would really like the recommendation. Definitely. So, yeah, help a girl out. Like I said, I have read quite a few of Karen Slaughter's books. I think that's how it's pronounced. That might not be how you pronounce her name, and I'm so sorry if it's not to her. But yeah. I don't mind a little bit of fantasy. Some fantasy books are quite good. I've read Trudy Kavanaugh, some of Trudy Kavanagh's books. I think I read her... Oh, what was the series? So one with like the White Priestess and stuff. And I quite enjoyed those, but that's not my go-to reading. I think as much as I like RPGs and sort of that, I prefer to play those rather than like from a gaming perspective, not necessarily reading them. But when I'm reading, it's like TV shows as well. I really like my favorite TV shows are like Mentalist and Lie to Me. Again, that psychological element is stuff that I love. So I think yeah, and I think that's not a surprise, therefore, that's what because you don't need to see psychological element. I think reading it is, and I think, whereas fantasy, I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a cracking imagination, and I think fantasy is all about imagination, and I like it, but it's also nice to not have to think about it too much, and therefore just to visually see it, which is why I think I like watching. I do like fantasy in terms of, seeing that, like Lord of the Rings movies and things like that, very different. I mean, I've read Lord of the Rings. I have read Lord of the Rings. I definitely enjoyed it. I just think, I just prefer psychological horror. So I'm looking for that kind of idea. I don't mind a little bit of supernatural element. So on occasion, I don't mind like werewolves and vampires and stuff, but it's not really I don't mind them if it's, yeah. I think demons are more interesting to me than vampires and werewolves, but that's, yeah, I just, each to their own, I guess. Right, let's get up here and see what we can do here on this side. So yeah, looking for book recommendations. I have actually just finished rereading Blindsighted. Is it Blindsighted? Yeah, Blindsighted. Not Blindsided, Blindsighted by Karen Slaughter. And I'm going to continue that series again. The series I haven't read of hers is the Will Trent series, which I know has recently been made into a TV show. I haven't actually read that series, so I might think about that series. And I haven't read all of Patricia Cornwall's stuff. I might go down them. But yeah, so you get the idea of the kind of stuff that and there's so many authors out there. And the thing is it's easy to go, oh, we'll just Google it. There's lots of really good authors, and you're like, no, there's some amazing authors out there. The problem is that a lot of the big names get blown up, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're really good. There can be some sort of think about some of the best games you've played. Some of the best games you've ever played are made by small companies that, and you just think, this is a cracking game. Why does this not have enough followers? Same with YouTube channels. Like, if you ever come across a YouTube channel where you're just like, oh, I love this person, or I love this YouTube channel, I can't believe they don't have more subscribers. Same principle. Just because somebody's small doesn't mean it's not good. So what I'm saying is that's why I'm saying, if you've got anybody it might, that's why I'm saying just Googling the answer isn't necessarily, because it's going to recommend all the big ones to me, all the well-known ones. You might know of an author, or not even an author. I mean, it might be a case of the authors, all of their books are kind of crap, except for this one particular series, which is, or this one book, which is absolutely cracking and worth a read. So that's why I'm saying it's down to, you know, looking for recommendations, because don't underestimate what people know or have read or have seen, or, you know. Let's get some of this out, shall we?
Hello.
Oh, okay. It's part of why I ask for game recommendations when I finish a game and I'm looking for the next one. It's not just about giving you, the viewers, what you want to see. It's also about, there might be games that, small indie games that I've never heard of, or have not crossed my periphery, but you guys have, and you're like, no, this is definitely worth a play. You know, it's, you just never know. It's not always the big hits that are a lot of fun to play. Sometimes the wee small 2-hour games are absolutely cracking. Right. Okay, let's that go. Still love that blue. What's stopping it? Oh, this will be stopping it, right? Alright, moving along. Almost down at the deck. Next level's the deck, I think. Alright, let's... I'm gonna run around here. I'm aware of the big horror names. I am aware of like Stephen King and that. But again, it's not necessarily out and out horror I'm looking for. Point horror was never, I mean, they were referred to as teen horrors, but they weren't really. They were thrillers and psychological horrors. That's not the same as out and out horror. And yeah, some of them did have supernatural elements to them, but that's, yeah. They look like they're gonna all collapse. Yeah, those are the collapsing ones, aren't they? Yeah, there you go. Alright. What I am gonna do regardless is take these down just in case there's something below that's also gonna cause a problem. So as if they had gone all the way along, just do that. Okay. Right, I think we're ready to go to the next level. I think we're doing pretty good. What are we at? We're at about 2 hours and 45. I'm pretty pleased with that, actually. I think we're doing not 2 hours and 45. 1 hour and 45, sorry. I added a whole extra hour on there. I think we're doing pretty well, actually, for the time. I think to have done what we've done in an hour and 45, I think is great. I'm really pleased with it. So we've got a couple of layers cleared. We've got the top layer down. We've got these 2 layers cleared. Going on to a 3rd layer now. Which is the layer we want to bring everything back to. So I think we're doing pretty good. First question I'm going to have is one of those walls. Yeah, I bet. I had a feeling that that wall was going to get in the way. Just sort of common sense. Okay, so this looks like the... Oh, I wasn't expecting that in this area. Oh, look, nice big gap that I can throw crap through. I can find where my truck is. I don't know if I'm going to hit that. Oh, I didn't. Right. It's not supporting anything. Right, that can go. Seriously, I'd be horrified to know that my pants were on display on some ship somewhere. I mean, can't speak for everybody, but I'd be horrified. Nice. I'm not worried about the above decks coming down because I've cleared everything, so... How does that separate? That's the thing I want to know. Destroy all connectors. Okay, I'm just nervous that I don't want to take down any of the sides. That, yes, it hit. Okay. Just as I said that, I heard a ding, and I was like, yep, it hit. That's fine. What I might do is get rid of one wall. And then that way I can... That doesn't have a floor next to it, which is causing an issue. That. There you go. Right, let's continue clearing this. This is a lot of stuff, but it's kind of cool. I like this. I like how they've had different layers. So the top 2 layers were sort of rooms, which you would expect on a cruise, wouldn't you? Really, you'd expect there to be, you know, views from your room. I would have thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not how it works, but I would have thought so. I need to be aware that there's different sides missing here, because my concern is that that could impact things coming apart, and I might need to take things apart in a certain order. Might not. Might have to. This looks like lounge spaces and chill out areas. And what the hell was that, Becky? Oh, I don't know what I did there. Assume that's the equivalent of your lockpick breaking, but apparently you don't have limited lockpicks on that. Well, that would be an interesting one as well. They limited the amount of lockpicks you had. I can't seem to get this one. Or how many, you know, like, if the more tries you had, the less money you found in the safe, you know. $275 in it, jeez. Maybe that was why it was fidgety. What the hell's that? Congratulations, you found the penguin. I forgot about the collectibles. There are around 300 seagoing cruise ships in operations across all major international cruise lines. The number is increasing annually. Yeah, it seems to be a thing that a lot of people like, and it's not just... It used to be like an old person thing, isn't it? But I think I've heard a lot of young people go on cruise. I've heard quite a few, like, families and stuff that I know, not personally, but as in, like, friends of friends who've been like, oh yeah, so-and-so's on a cruise, and you're like, really? Rather than, like, Disneyland or whatever, and I'm just like, you know, so there does seem to be a move away from it being the old person thing to, yeah. But I think that's because they're all-inclusive a lot of the time, aren't they? And I think that's a big thing for families when they go away. And there's a lot of stuff for the kids to do so that they don't have to, parents aren't watching the kids all the time, and yeah. Sorry about that, my baby girl was just attempting to maim the postman. As you do. Oh! Where'd you go? You went, nah, I'm too cool to be in there. I was emptying this space. Jessica? Baby. Posty needs to do his job. I know. He had the audacity to come near your house. How could he? You're going to chew his leg off, but please don't, because he'll stop delivering mail then. And we kind of need him to deliver mail. Yes. We don't do that thing, I don't know if it's everywhere in America, where you have the mailbox out front and they put it in the mailbox. That's not a thing here. You have a letterbox in your door and your mail is posted through your door. So the postman comes right up to your door. So, yeah. I actually used to live in a flat and a postman was in one of the other flats, and he said to me once, he said, the reason dogs bark at postmen, now whether this is accurate or not, I don't know, but this is what he said to me. He said was, think about who's the one person that comes to your house every single day, but you never let over the threshold. And it's the postman. Well, certainly from a British perspective, it's the postman. And he's absolutely right. He's like, so as far as the dog's concerned, you don't allow this person into the den, into the space. Therefore, anytime he comes, he approaches the den, the dog gets vocal. I think that's a good way of looking at it. Now, whether that's accurate, dog trainers, any dog trainers who watch can confirm whether this is part of it. I don't know. But I thought that actually makes a lot of sense. I was like, that makes a lot of sense from a dog, well, for me, for a dog perspective. Now, doesn't mean it's right. Not everything, I'm just saying that's what I was told by a postman. But, you know, I'm sure dog behavioralists can correct it if it's wrong. Or confirm it. I imagine it's not the only reason a dog would potentially, but I could see why that would be the reason some dogs do that. All right. What do we got? Okay, I think we've already removed some of it, right? Oh, this is an enclosed space. Don't like that. This looks like this is staff break room areas, maybe? A bit of doing, but I really do like it. I don't think I'm as, I think I still prefer the last one that I did, not the last ship I did, but the Pobidba, is that what it, that is still, I think, my favorite still to date, but big round chunky butt. I think this is probably close second so far.
Hello, Kahan hai?
Right, so check down here at the side, creep me the hell out. I'm not that claustrophobic. I just I have my moments. I tend to be, claustrophobia is not that, my mum tends to be more claustrophobic than I am. I think for me, do you know what really creeps me out more than claustrophobia? It's heights, but not heights in the way that you would think. Like, if there's a rail in front of me, I can lean over and take a look. It's not the height itself that bothers me. It's the lack of support around the height that bothers me, and allow me to explain that. So, like, elevators. Knowing that there's that, as the elevator ascends, there's a big space below you, creeps me out. I mean, I'll get an elevator. I don't mind being in an elevator. It's not the end of the world. It's just not, it kind of shudder down my spine every time. Not, you know, it's that, and it's small ones where you're only going up 2 floors, 3 floors, less stressful. It's the bigger ones where you're going up, you know, a lot of floors. That's a much creepier one for me. Like, if you're going up like 20 floors into a skyscraper, like, no. So the other thing we need to get rid of here is this back. Right, so that can go. That might actually be able to go just as it is. Yeah, it is, okay. Oh. They're not empty. Those little bits. Okay, that's fair. Right, alright. So that's this layer emptied. I'm tempted, this is the, I think this is the deck level. Yeah, I'm tempted to drop everything to this level to date, because that is a fair whack of stuff. And I'm just concerned because of the size of this. And saying that, it's not really struggled, has it? It's not really struggled yet, has it? So I think, maybe the next level down would be the better level. No, I think the next level down is the level. Yeah, the next level down is the one I want to drop it to. But this has very few walls at this level, so it might make sense to do a drop to this level because there's less to cut, is what I'm thinking. don't know. What I will do is go down here quickly and sort this stuff. I think this is probably the floor I do want to drop it to be honest. That's cute. I'm not on the crane element. Why are you shouting at me? They should have done. They should have hidden the penguin in one of them and then had it drop when you had it hauled away. Although, given how much we know sometimes the physics breaks, maybe not. Right. Let's go along here. Nice. Sometimes it feels like the crane's really quick and other times it feels like the crane takes like forever. Right. I want to get this off. Because we're ready to go down to... For goodness sake. We're ready to go down to the next level, so I need to work out what I need to... I'm not on it. Can't reach the load. Okay, so this is causing problems. I'm not on the crane element. Oh no, I was on the crane element. No comment. So that's the winch there. So from here on down, I think it's the winch. So I think this is why this is the level we want to go to. Still think this is a good level to drop it to. Does seem to get a bit thinner as it goes in. No, do you know what? I'm going to drop it to this level because there's not a lot of floors here, not a lot of walls, so this is probably a good place to bring it down to. I'm also very conscious that it is a bigger vessel, and I'm a bit concerned that if I drop too, if I drop too much, it's gonna crash out. That's, I think, yeah. Let's be sensible, shall we? Still beautiful blue. Plus, we've got this to come out anyway, so, I mean, I'd have to cut all the way up to get that out, so it makes sense to bring it out at this level. That looked like synchronized swimmers taking a dive over the ledge. That was brilliant. I think we need to get this out, right?
Kalji Vahan Aunga.
The other thing I want to do actually before I go any further is I want to run around and double check that there's no other, like I got those stairs out, that's fine. I just want to do a quick check on each floor that I didn't, that's a room that I didn't miss any of the stairs, because I think the stairs all need to come out by cranes. I think we're okay on this top level. We've already taken that one out, so we're fine on that. Oh, hey. Right, so let's check this side. We've taken that one out as well. That's not a worry. That's just rooms. They're normal stairs. They're the old stairs. That's not a problem. As is the ones on this side. Yeah. Okay, they don't need to come out by crane. I don't see other stairs. I think we're okay. I think we got all of them. I think, and these ones are lower level, so it's not a big deal. Okay. And the game froze! I didn't see heavy element destroyed. I did hear clunk, but that could be, I think there was electricity, wasn't there? That could have been the wires breaking off the walls. Okay, so cleanup must now begin. Woo! And by the power of grayscale. Or more likely patience and video editing. We now have the top now clear. So I haven't obviously got anything that's fallen down into the lower levels or anything that's fallen out with. I will pick them up later, but this is now cleared off. Now, here's the thing. It took me a little bit of time to do that. It probably took me a part of a minute to clear that off. Now, if I had used the magnet, it would have taken me a couple of minutes. But the thing is, I had a quick Google before I did it, and it does say that if you use the magnet, it does pick up the safes whether they're open or closed, because obviously it's not a crane element. It doesn't stop it. It just, the mechanic for lock picking is only if you click on it. So obviously if you use it with not, now somebody can or cannot confirm that for me, that would be really great, but that was the information I could find on looking around. So I decided not to use the magnet because I hadn't cleared the layers below. And we know the magnet pulls everything out from layers below as well, and it's a bit of a pain in the backside. So I thought I'm not going to do that. But what it might mean is if these safes is an ongoing thing, I might have to change up slightly how I do what I do. And I would need to, going forward, run through the layers below, clear all the layers before I start, which to be honest, I probably should be doing anyway to look for issues that might arise. You know, you have to do this first, you have to do this first. So probably makes sense to be doing that anyway. But then that way, as I drop sections afterwards, if I go back through and start dropping the sections, I wouldn't have as big of an issue because I could then use the magnet to clear them all up, and I could just drop sections at a time, clear up the magnet. Obviously, I would still need to drop it in smaller sections like I've just done because, well, for obvious reasons. We don't want things going boom, but, big round but, my thought being that it just means that we front load the work in the sense of all the clearing and all that gets done over the first hour or 2 hours, depending on how big the ship is, depending on what's on it. And then we move on to bringing it down, which, as we all know, is not as big of a... The clear is a huge part of it, to be honest. And I kind of mix and match, clear a couple of levels, you know, take things off. And I do mix and match, and I know that. But obviously going forward, I wouldn't really be able to do that as much. But that is something to consider, is that I would just need to go through, not necessarily every level, but certainly to the levels where I think we would no longer be getting safes. That is, again, all assuming going forwards the safes is now something that's going to continue. That's something they've added in, and it is going to continue. I don't know if it is. This might be the only vessel that does it. I don't know if anything beyond the cruise ships will do it, but I sneakily suspect that the cruise ships will continue to do that. That is sort of what I think is going to happen. Because I think that would be a cruise ship thing. I mean, it's like a hotel. If you were dismantling hotels, it would be the same principle, wouldn't it? Right. I'm going to pause here for 2 seconds, guys. You will not see anything, but I have not eaten lunch yet, and we are now at 3 in the afternoon. And to be honest, I'm getting grumpy, and I need some food. So, yeah. I'll be right back. Boop. Okay. Well, what'll have been seconds for you guys is, been 10 or so minutes for me. I really, less hungry now. It's really important. I had a very lovely egg butty on some homemade bread. So anyone outside of Britain might not know what that is. That's a fried egg sandwich on some homemade bread. I do have a little bread maker, and I say a little one. It's ancient. I got it from my grandmother when my grandmother moved in with my mum, and who has now since passed on. But yeah, so it's like an ancient one. I mean, it's proper, like 20 years old, this thing. It's really old. All it does is you get options of bread or dough. There's not all these other options that the modern day ones have. It doesn't have extra compartments. It has a loaf tin. You put everything in, it mixes it, it makes the bread, or it makes dough. The only exciting thing you can do is select how cooked you want your bread to be in terms of the outer toast. And even that, really, to be honest, it's pretty much the same whichever one you select. I mean, that's how old this thing is. I've seen the more modern ones. They have so many funky things on it, but mine doesn't have any of that. It's really old. But you know what? It doesn't need to be. It just needs to knead a dough. Saves me doing it by handing and throwing it into some loaf tins, let's be honest. But I do love a little bit of homemade bread, periodically, not all the time. But to be honest, the cost of bread now, God, I'm getting old. The cost of bread now, it is actually, if you've got a wee device, it's actually almost, you know, the amount of bread, the loaves I can get out of the materials, it's cheaper than buying bread. But obviously it doesn't have all the, you know, when you make your own bread, it doesn't have all of the preservatives and stuff in it, so it doesn't last as long. You know, you buy a loaf of bread and it lasts 2 weeks. You make a loaf of bread, it might go a week, depending on how well you stored it, but yeah. You good girl. You gonna get off my knee? Yeah, on you go, baby. Go lie down. You princess, you had the corner, didn't you? Just a corner, because, you know, calories and all these other things that puppies can't have. American Bex will shoot me for that one, but we're working on a bit of bonding, aren't we? Sharing a bit of food helps. So, yeah. But I am a bit of a fiend for my kitchen gadgets. I do love a kitchen gadget. And to be fair, 99% of the people have given me, rather than it being gadgets I've specifically bought, which is hilarious. But yeah, I do love it. Like, I love all my little kitchen gadgets. I think my favourite ones to date is probably still my rice cooker. Because I can kill rice. And yes, I don't want the angry Mulan man coming at me. I have washed my rice. I do wash my rice. But other than that, yeah. Right, so what am I doing here? I need to start separating sections. So I think that's a piece on its own, right? So let's go up and get that down. Where does that separate? How far along does that go? Oh my goodness, that goes all the way along to here. Right, so I think what I need to do is run around and release the top edges here. That's, we all know that's usually what happens when you start going down layers. Right, so let's do that, shall we? Oh, something moved. I don't know if it was that one or that one, but something moved. I see you, I see you. There we go, let's go get ice, yay! So we pull that one. Might not be able to pull that one, my truck might be in the way for that one. Okay, then what's... Yeah, the truck's in the way for that one. Every time. There we go. Right, so that one couldn't come out because there is apparently a layer down there. Oh, I see it. Okay. We need to... Oh, for the love of... So we need to... Alright, before we disconnect this, let's check the other side. Is there a gaping hole at the other side here? My thought process being, I don't want to disconnect it and find that I can't, Let me out. Take a minute to appreciate where I am in a second. Let's have a look. No, so this is still standing on this side, so it's not a big deal. Right, okay. I just wanted to check that if I dropped it, we weren't going to have issues with support, and it wasn't going to cause a whole load of stuff to collapse. Now you can go, no, but you need to do the backside as well. Yeah, I do, but I'm not as stressed about that because that's not where the truck is. The truck's at the front, so, well, to this side anyway. So this is why this is the side I want to bring the walls down on, because it just makes it easier for throwing things at the truck, essentially. Obviously, when I go along, I'll release the other pieces, but for the moment, I just wanted to get that down because that was the higher up ledge. What I'm going to do is park that right where that came out, so that potentially it doesn't get messed up with the other ones when they come down. Alright. What are we doing over here? Okay, so I need to start clearing this level. The next level to clear. Okay. What I'm tempted to do is actually take down some of this so that I can run forward and throw things to this. Although that, to be fair, is just about full anyway. Going into digestion mode. I'm kind of like chill out now. My brain's all chilling. It's like, oh yeah. I think that's going to go in the next couple. So let's just take this all down and then see if that fills it enough so that it can go. Might as well. Last throw filled it. Excellent. So we can get rid of that. Right, so what I want to do, I need to start doing this, but what I want to do is find a space where I can get out to start maybe halfway up, about here. Hang on. Yeah, like that, so I can throw to the truck. Nice, okay. Right, let's go and clear these levels, shall we? Back to the start. Right, so what have we got here? This just goes straight down, right? And so does that, so it's inside now. Right, wait, see, that's why I didn't use the magnet. I wouldn't have gotten these. Okay. Where are you? There. I mean, it's not a lot. It seems to be between like 50 quid and 250. But the thing is, if I missed 10, that's £2,000 potentially that I would lose. And yeah. That's not pennies in this game. Oh, I'm definitely in digestion mode now. What's your favourite sandwich? It's like I mean, I try not to eat fried eggs too often. Well, I say fried eggs. They're not, I don't really put any oil in the pan. I've got one of those pans that you don't, it's a proper extreme non-stick one. You can fry eggs in and everything without oil. But, yeah. I do love a peanut butter and pickle sandwich. And pickle, I mean silver skins. I don't mean pickled gherkins, although I do like a pickled gherkin too. But yeah. My mum made pickled gherkins this year from her crop from her smallholding, and oh, it was so good. They were so good. Still got a jar, actually. I don't tend to put them on stuff. I just tend to eat them. I just eat them as they are. Just pick them out of the jar and eat them. I always find it funny because everyone's different tastes, aren't they? Everyone's absolutely different tastes, and it always gets me, you know, because like I go to McDonald's, people are like, do you want the pickles? No, leave the gherkins right on that. You take those pickles off my burger, and I'm going to be really annoyed. Not that I don't tend to go to like McDonald's and stuff very often anyway these days. I think it's different when you're a kid. I think when you're a kid, the chemicals, this, you know, the additives, the sweetness they add into them, you know, you crave them, you love them as a kid, but as an adult, you're like, I'm just like, can I have some broccoli and mashed potatoes, please? But that might just be me. I mean, I love vegetables. I will eat vegetables. They're coming out my ears. I'm an absolute vegetable fiend, which I think is quite funny because a lot of people, Scotland doesn't have a good reputation for our diets. And I'm not even going to argue that. That is fair. Yeah, you know. But my mum used to joke when we were kids that, you know, I was the only kid that, you know, everyone else, parents had to fight to get their kids to eat vegetables, not me. Mum had to fight to get me to eat meat. It's not that. I mean, I don't have an issue with meat. It's not that. It's just. I just love the taste of vegetables. I still do. I mean, I quite often when I go out for restaurants, I will choose a vegetarian option. I will choose, you know, a spinach and ricotta lasagna, or a pumpkin squash. When I say lasagna, obviously there's no meat in it, or a butternut squash risotto. Oh, definitely. Like, I mean, I love vegetables. Quite fond of rice as well, actually. No, I wouldn't thank you for a chippy. Like, I don't mind a chippy. Like, periodically now and then, you take a craving for some grease and some batter. Aye, of course you do. I mean, we all take cravings for carbohydrates, fatty food, and grease periodically. But like, if somebody was like, do you want to order some takeout? My first thought would not be, let's order a chippy. It might be depending on my mood. Like, because obviously it depends on the mood you're in. Like, every now and then I'll eat a pizza. I don't eat them all the time. Periodically, every now and then I'll eat pizza. But my idea of takeout would be, I would order probably from the Japanese place or the Chinese place. The problem is the Chinese, Japanese, and Indians are also expensive, and I'm also intolerant of chili. Unfortunately, I know, guys, it's just heartbreaking. So I have to be really, really careful when I order anything. I'm not allergic, I'm just intolerant. And yeah. So I like spice. Spice does not like me. Or my body doesn't like spice. My taste buds do. But yeah, it's... Yeah, I'm not a big greasy food person. Like, don't get me wrong, every now and then I want a pizza crunch, right? I don't know if you get pizza crunches outside of Scotland. It's a quarter of a pizza. Usually an older pizza that they didn't manage to sell. Although in saying that, they're so popular now they actually make pizzas for it. That has been dipped in batter and deep fried. Yes, that is a pizza crunch. It's a deep fried battered pizza, essentially, or part of pizza. You don't do the whole thing. Some people do, but yeah. Or a good, I like a good sausage supper. Yeah, I used to when I was a kid. I really liked, when I was younger, I really liked the king ribs. But I'm not as much of a fan of them now as I've gotten older. But yeah. Would usually be and on a rare occasion, I'll maybe have a chicken, or I'll have a fish. I can't eat the fish though without thinking of my grandma, because that was her favourite thing from the chippy, was a fish supper. My grandma was English, and like my mother, funnily enough, in Yorkshire. And yeah, so my thoughts are always, whenever I think of that, it's always, anytime we had a chippy, my gran always had a fish supper. And so I can't eat a fish supper without thinking of my grandma on my mum's side. And yeah, but no, I'm not massive. If I order a Chinese, it would probably be a chow mein. I do like a good chow mein, or like a cashew, like a chicken and cashew. I do like a chicken and cashew as well. Beef and onion's not bad. That's my dad's go-to, but I don't tend to order that one on my own. I'll have a bit of it if my dad orders some. If we're all together for a meal and my dad's ordering some, I'll have that bit of that. But yeah, I actually really like a king prawn chow mein, but my mum is allergic to shellfish, and she often shares a meal with me. So if we're together for a family meal, like they've come over for a meal or whatever, I've gone to them for a meal. And my mum usually will share a meal with me, because two of us don't eat as much as everybody else does. I've spent a lot of time working on portion control, and so I can't have that if I'm sharing a meal with my mum, because you know I love her, and I don't want to put her into anaphylactic shock. So we usually have a chicken one, but I do admit, if I'm ordering my own, I really like a king prawn chow mein. That's nice. The problem is I'm limited with what I can have from a lot of these places because of the chili. And peppers. I've got to be really careful of peppers. I can have peppers touch my food, just as long as I don't eat them. That's not so much with chilies, because chilies get chopped tiny and you can't really pick them out. So yeah, that's why I say it's an intolerance, not an allergen. Touching it doesn't make a difference, but if I ingest it, it can make me sick. So. Do like a good gyoza though. I mean, everybody likes bad things. Everybody likes high calorie things. That's, let's be honest, that's where the flavor is. I mean, I'm not saying it's where all the flavor is. There are some very nice low calorie foods. I make particularly smashing lentil and passata soup, which is incredibly low calorie, and it's really well. Lentils are not that, but I mean in the sense of, in terms of others. And it's really nice. And so yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff that you can have that's low calorie. But I'm talking about the comfort need food. You know what I'm meaning when I say. So when I say the good food, that's what I mean. I'm talking about that comfort value that comes from eating something that's, provided you enjoy it. There's a few times in my life I have eaten something and thought, I didn't enjoy it enough for the amount of calories that was in it. Now, I'm not saying people should be obsessed with calorie counting or any of that. You are who you are. I'm not into any of that. I'm just saying, in general, like when you eat something that you know is loaded, and are like, do you know what? That was totally worth it. I'm like, yeah. It's like I had, due to a family condition, I had gallstones very, very young. And anytime we would make something that obviously, like my mum made chicken and cream sauce for dinner, that would set it off. And yeah, that was the problem. But the thing is, you'd weigh it up. You'd be like, I know I'm going to be in pain for the rest of the evening versus how good this tastes. And then you'd be like, screw it, it's worth the pain. And I think there's some level of that. You're like, I know how many calories are in this, but you know what? Damn, it tastes good. And I'm sure people feel the same way when they have a glass of wine or, you know, the occasional soda or, well, I'm going to use the word soda because that'd be the one, but I would just call it fizzy juice. But, yeah, but you get my point. So, absolutely, like, I don't tend to be traditionally Scottish on the way I eat. Well, that's not fair because that's a very stereotypical generalisation. Although I say that, and knowing what a lot of my Scottish friends ate when we were kids, like if I went to their house and what was put in front of them versus what my mum would have put in front of me was very, very different. So yeah. But in their defence, my mum she had a bakery and a restaurant when I was a kid. She moved into IT later, but she had a bakery and a restaurant when I was a kid. And so yeah, she knew how to cook. She knew what she was doing. So at the same time, it's easy to make nutritional and tasty meals when you actually know how to cook. And I think there's not enough emphasis on that in the world. I think it's very easy to say to people, you know, oh, you need to watch where you're eating or watch your calories or eat healthier. No, let's take calories out of this. Let's just say eat healthier in terms of for vitamins and good things for your bones and stuff like that. So let's ignore calorie concept right now and let's purely look at what we would consider healthy food. And the thing is it's like, it's very easy to say to people, you know, you need to eat. If you don't know what would be classed as healthy, or you don't really know, like, I actually had a friend ask me, I remember when I went to university, I was a year older than the others because I'd gone and done some other qualifications first. And I remember one of the girls asking me how she boiled an egg, and it made me laugh so hard. And she was like, she had everything done for her whole life. She had no idea how to boil an egg. And I remember, like, all of the friends, like when the girls I shared a dorm with, when their parents would come round, they'd ask all the questions, like, are you eating properly? Have you been doing this? Have you been doing that? And I remember I was on the phone to my mum, and I said, you never ask me if I'm eating properly, like if I've this, if I've that, because she didn't. She never questioned that. And she went, well, I taught you better than that. And she, you know, so my mum had actually taught me how to cook and consider food and think about all of that. And it did make me think that it is something that there is sometimes a generational mismatch there, isn't there? We spend so much time doing, and it's not a bad thing. I don't mean that in a dig. I mean, people want to know their kids are well fed, so they, you know, they do all the cooking and all that. And then, you know, I remember a few months ago, I was doing some cleaning in the kitchen and I was pulling the washing machine apart. We all know the washing machine drawers get a little bit slimy if they haven't been cleaned in a bit. And I'm pulling it apart to give it a little bit of a clean because it was needing a bit of a clean. And my nephew who lives with me just looked at me and he was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm cleaning the drawer. It needs a clean. It's getting slimy. And he just looked at me. He's like, but it's a washing machine. Is it not self-cleaning? And I'm like, he's like, water runs through it. And I'm like, am I going to have to explain? I just sort of sat there going, really? That's like sinks are self-cleaning? No, of course not. Just because water touches something does not mean it gets clean. It's like people who stand in the shower and think just standing in the shower gets you clean. Now, don't get me wrong. Does it get you cleaner than having not stood in the shower? Yeah, of course it does. But you actually need to, you know, wash. But yeah, it made me laugh. And I think there is that. I think it's very easy for people to say, oh, we need to eat healthier, we need to this, we need to that. But if people don't actually know, there's no education there. Now, I know in schools here, they have, I don't know if, well, when I was growing up, they did, but I don't know if they still do. They had a home economics, which is where they teach you how to make some basic meals and do a bit of sewing, you know, sew a button on and stuff, you know, just basics. But they don't, it's not the same as every day. Like if you were to be cooking 2 meals a week at home, you know, like if, you know, there's a difference between being asked to make a macaroni cheese once and actually cooking continuously throughout your life. I mean, you think about Think about the amount of times that you looked at a new recipe and you started it and you were like, oh, yep, and the first time you made it, you were like, I kind of fluffed this. But then the next time you made it, you did better, and then the time after that you did better. It's the same thing. Practice makes perfect, and I think that goes for cooking as well. Like, practice 100% makes perfect. And I think there's also a level of making people more comfortable with it. Like, I have, because of the way I was raised, I have no issue. Like, if I'm working through, I find a recipe online, I'm working on it, it looked really good, and I realise I don't have a component for whatever reason. It's either hard to get over here, or I didn't realise I needed it and I didn't have it. And I'm comfortable with substituting or going, do you know what? It doesn't need to be in there. It's not part of the flavour. It's just an additional, it's a texture thing, or it's just this, or it's just that. Like, I know plenty of people that don't like mushrooms, won't eat mushrooms because of the texture. Well, there's plenty of things, you know, you know, that you can change out or do this or do that. And I think it's the confidence to just go, I don't have it, I'll try something else, or I'll put something else in. Or the amount of times that I never stick to recipes, or I've done something 1,000 times and I'll go, do you know what, I'm going to try it differently. Like, for example, macaroni cheese. There's a million different ways to make macaroni cheese, and periodically I get really bored of macaroni cheese and I make what I call a savoury macaroni cheese, which is where I cook some onions and chorizo first, and then instead of adding butter, I use the oils from chorizo to make the roux that you're going to make the cheese sauce with. Like, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with just because you do it one way, doing it other way. And there's nothing wrong with people who are not comfortable doing that. I'm just saying, though, that I think there's so much obsession around it all. It's like, you know, just there needs to be more focus on less concept around calories and more focus on healthy and, you know, what makes people happy. I think there's too much obsession in the world with how many calories are in things. I think you need to be conscious of it. I think you need to be conscious that a bowl of watermelon versus a bowl of Frosties is very, very different. But at the same time, focus more on the concept of health, I think, is a better way to go. But yeah, I am a foodie. I love my food. Again, that part of that is due to my upbringing. I was spoiled that way for foods as a kid. I think my mum says not really. You know, she says, you know, everyone had the sort of their struggle meals when you're growing up, and my mum and dad's was pancakes because they could a couple eggs. I mean, with the bakery, she always had eggs and she always had flour, so she was always able to. But to us, that was like a luxury. We were like, we're getting our pancakes. Whereas my mum said that was always when, you know, when they struggled, they gave us pancakes. But for us, we got excited because we thought we were getting a treat. It's amazing though. Like, people always say to me, "Oh, it must have been amazing. It must have been absolutely amazing growing up with your mum having had a bakery. Like, think of all those sweet treats." Well, one, I'm one of 5 kids, so you can't, we could have eaten the place clean, so mum couldn't obviously allow that. But secondly, you'd be amazed at how fast you get sick of things that you have access to. Like, so we got a lot of the cut-offs, or if things went wrong, or if, you know, so, or things that were left over that couldn't be sold anymore. So, like, you know, leftover scones, or the eclairs that didn't sell for the day because obviously they've got cream in them. So, or the holes from the donuts, and which nowadays is a trend, isn't it? There's actually, I mean, I think Tim Hortons does that, don't they? They sell the middle of their donuts. Yeah, that's a new fashionable thing to eat the middle of the donuts, isn't it? But yeah, you get my point. So we got all of them, and you'd be amazed at how quick, like, when we moved away from where we were living and my mum gave up the bakery, I remember when I was in high school, me and my friends would wander up to the bakery, and they'd all be getting like yum yums and eclairs and all this other stuff on their lunch break, and I didn't want it. I'd grown up eating so much of that crap that I was like, you know, I don't want it. I was like, you know, you want to give me... And I think that's maybe where my love of vegetables comes from, because it was a different taste from other stuff. And yeah, definitely. But it's quite funny because you do get... I think I was in my early 20s before I started eating things from the bakery again, before I was able to look at a yum yum again, to be honest. I think that's... I'm you know, I think that the memory fades, so I think from that perspective, like, I'm quite happy to eat that kind of crap now if you put it in front of me. But I do like a cookie, particularly a soft cookie. I mean, and I'm a big fan of a sugar donut as well. But yeah, a really good soft chewy cookie is kind of my thing. Rather than like a lot of other stuff, that's kind of... I used to be more of a cake fan, not really a big cake, unless it's carrot cake. You put carrot cake in front of me, I'll devour it. But, yeah, no. I mean, what's like... What's your go-to? What's your thing that everybody thinks that you should love, but to be honest, like, you're just like, I don't get it. I don't get the obsession with, like, for me, I understand the tastiness, but I do really love veggies, and I think that people find that really weird that I would rather have a nice meal with, you know, some steamed potatoes, broccoli and cabbage, maybe some lemon carrots, with a little bit, any kind of meat on the side, you know, just a small portion, over any takeout pretty much any day. Like, I just, yeah. And I know that people find that really weird, that I would rather have that than a pizza. I think that blows people's minds, that I'm like, if you were to offer me the choice between the pizza and even just a plate of vegetables, let's even leave the meat off. Let's just say some steamed potatoes, some broccoli, and some cabbage. I would choose the plate of veggies. And I think that people find that a little bit weird, but it's each to our own. I mean, it makes, when you are trying to watch your weight or lose a bit of weight or do whatever, it does make that a little bit easier. Although, obviously, everyone still has cravings, so I still get cravings, but it does make it... I've never been like, a lot of people be like, oh, I can't eat another salad. I'm like, give me a salad. I don't have a problem with that. Like, I like vegetables. I'm probably less fond of salad, but you've got to do salad in the right way. Like, not a massive fan of lettuce, but if you put it on a bed of rocket, I'll eat it. I don't know what rocket's called in it. I don't think it's called rocket in the States. Okay, I've quickly googled it. It says, in America, the leafy green called rocket in the UK and Commonwealth countries is known as arugula? Known as arugula. Okay, there you go. There you go, guys. Yeah, if you have that as the base, that's usually good. Obviously can't have peppers and stuff, because obviously I'm intolerant, so that's fun. But yeah. I think getting salads right is all about textures. It's about getting the right textures and tastes. Like, I like to add something that's got a bit of crunch to my salads. I think, yeah. Salads don't just have to be some leafy greens, some tomatoes and some cucumber. You can make them way more exciting. Like, I like throwing in, sometimes you throw in a bit of rice, or you can throw in some... Beans are always a good way. I don't mean baked beans. I mean, like, cooked, like... chickpeas or cooked lentils, or, you know, green beans, or, you know, there's so many things you can add. People just think of salads as some leafy thing, and you can do so much more with them. I think I've been talking about food now for like half an hour, guys. I think we know where my mind's at. Quite funny actually, because I had somebody say to me, they didn't put it on my on the channel, but it's a friend who was watching some of the videos, said to me, "You do love to talk," and I'm like, "Yeah, you met me. Of course I love to talk. I've loved to talk since I was a little kid. You can't get me to shut up." And I was like, I don't know I don't know if that's a Scottish thing, but you kind of get me at sharp. Anyway. And they were like, instead of doing the YouTube, you should have done a podcast. And I'm like, no, I shouldn't. I'm like, no, you should have. And I was like, no, I really shouldn't have. Because, it's a nice idea, but in today's world, you have to be so careful with things you say and what you do. And, and if you're doing video editing, it's dead easy to just edit out what you don't want, whereas if you're doing something like a live, it's much harder to, and I think not just that, I think I'm fine talking. I can talk for Britain on the subjects that I want to talk about. Like, that's fine. I don't want to talk about what other people want to talk about. I just want to talk about what I want to talk about, right? And, you have to, with podcasts, you have to pick a topic. You can't just wander. It's not really like that. I was like, you have a theme for each one, and and I'm like, nah, I like just like this. Like when I'm doing this, it's just whatever crosses my brain for whatever reason. In this case, I'd gone and had a bite to eat, which is what prompted the conversations around food, and then the conversations around healthy food because I'd eaten a fried egg. I didn't actually have it in any oil, but it's not really a fried egg. It was more like a cooked egg. That's probably a better way of putting it. But yeah. But my point being, I like to go where my mind wanders to. Like, I love that. I love going just wherever my mind wanders to, which is one of the things I miss about when we streamed. I liked letting my mind wander when we streamed, and then people would join in or not join in or whatever. I liked letting my mind wander when we streamed, and people would join in with that conversation. But I think there's a little bit less of that in terms of I do get the feedback in the sense of you guys do respond. You guys, you guys are great. There's definitely a couple of people as well who respond regularly to videos, and you guys are amazing, and thank you so much for that. I do feel like it's nice to feel like people have watched and have listened and are commenting on the questions that you've asked, and I think that's a nice feeling. That is a lovely feeling, because it means they didn't just turn it on, mute you, and watch what you're doing. And again, if that's how people like to watch, that is, that's their choice. I get that not everyone wants to hear me ramble on like randomly. That's absolutely fine. And not only that, not everyone can stomach a Scottish accent or can understand a Scottish accent, although I think I'm okay. I don't think I'm too bad on the understanding front. I think I probably have my moments where I'll say something or I'll speak too fast and everyone will be like, what the hell? I think overall I do try my best to do what American Bex refers to as my international Scottish. But yeah. But no, I don't think I could ever have done a podcast. I think like you say, you have to choose specifically. And again, a podcast, well, more like this, you're just talking at people or having you'd be having a conversation with someone back and forth rather than the viewer specifically. But nah, I like it the way I do it. I enjoy it's not just that. I like the fact that if you're doing a podcast, you're not really doing anything, you're just sitting talking. I'm not just sitting talking. I'm doing something right now, which is keeping my focus. The talking is the secondary point. And sometimes what astonishes me when I'm editing is I'll go, I didn't even know I talked about that. I don't even remember talking about that. Which is funny. When you do that, that's always funny to yourself, because you're just like, how did I manage that? Like, how did I not notice that, or you'll hear yourself say something, you're like, oh, I better cut that out. Because it's not, I always do try to be politically correct, and I always do try, I am always conscious that I don't want things to be taken the wrong way, and I don't want anybody ever to feel judged by anything I say. And I think that's really important. But I get that British people, we're very sarcastic, and while I know British people would know that and would understand that, not all non-British people would necessarily understand that. And I don't want some of what I've said. And when I'm listening to myself back and I've been maybe a little bit sarcastic, because I'm being sarcastic about a specific topic or whatever, I'm thinking, people won't realise I'm being sarcastic. I better cut that out, because there's going to be a "that's not appropriate" uproar, and you're like, I was being sarcastic. Like I meant the opposite of what I was saying. And I think, oh, hi Jessie, yeah, baby. Oh, the good girl. You want a wiggle? Okay, let me just finish what I'm doing and I'll let you out, okay? 2 seconds. Oh, hang on, guys. Yeah, puppy came up and nudged me and was like, oh, I need to go to the bathroom. So, as I was saying, yeah, so because we're so sarcastic, like... And the thing is you don't ever want to be misunderstood, I think. Well, the thing is, anybody can take anything you say, cut it in the way they want and make it sound like you've said something you haven't said. But in general, my aim is never to be judgmental, never to. And I think that goes for both me and American Bex. Both of us have very strong views on that, on people being allowed to be who they are and not being judgmental and things. But I think, like you say, when you're being sarcastic, it's very easy to be misunderstood. So, yeah, that's the downside to certain things if you're not editing. But it's not just that. I think I do miss, from when we streamed, I miss the back and forth. I do miss when you'd be rambling on like I am now. Somebody else would be joining in with the conversation and giving their views. Now, the problem with that is you can't always guarantee the people you have in are either going to have the same views as you or are going to be polite. But what is that? Oh, it's the thing above, right? But the thing is that I think that's where moderators come in and things, isn't it? They can control who says what and who's allowed to remain in the channel and things. But I also think it's important to let, that's freedom of speech in general is an important thing, isn't it? So, you know. But it's, yeah. Anything I ever say, it's never, I'm never meant to be, me or that, it's never meant to be judgmental in any way, shape or form. It's, a lot of the time you'll probably find I'm probably being sarcastic, but I get that that doesn't always land, either because it was poorly judged or on my part, or because just not everybody gets sarcasm. And it very much is a British thing to, I saw something really good about, different way the British people say things versus, what it actually means. Like one of the best ones, and I've heard myself say this, and it's like when we've been doing a stream and somebody said something like, "What, beg your pardon?" Which essentially, a translation is to America and other places usually means, "What the did you just say to me?" And this is the principle, you've got other ones like, you've got other Scottish ones like, or Scottish or British ones that'll be like, you think so, do you? Meaning, and it's like, or you and whose army, mate? And it's like, meaning, translation, I can assure you your balls ain't that big, but if you think you do, let's go. It's the equivalent of, I don't think you got the balls for that. But yeah, it's amazing how. But this is it, isn't it? It's like British people in general and Scottish people are just. It's just the way we talk, and I've seen quite a few like TikToks and stuff on it when people will be like, like you gotta love the way the British will knock you on your ass with the way we talk. It's so brutal at times, but it's great. It's the joke of Scottish. I don't know if anyone's ever seen the comedian Daniel Sloss. He's a Scottish comedian, and he talks about what it's like growing up in a Scottish family, and he's absolutely dead on. Like, if you're not insulting each other, do you really love each other? Like, if somebody hasn't called you an idiot, do they really love you? Like, whereas in other families it would be like, this is abuse. And like, no, it's a Scottish family for you, you know. And it's weird. Like, when your family does it to you, they love you. When your friends do it to you, they love it. Anyone else does it to you, they're getting their legs broken by your family because how dare they insult you. It's a weird, you can insult your family, but only you can insult your family. But you insult your family not because you're insulting them, but because you love them. It's a weird dynamic, and it's, you know, I think about the fun of when me and my siblings get together, and it is, we just roast each other from pretty much the moment we get together to the moment we've been. And I think one of my favorite ones of that was a couple of Christmases ago. My brothers, I've got a younger brother, but my other two brothers are older than me and are 5 and 6 years older than me. And, you know, getting to that stage in life, as all guys do, where hair thins and, you know, that kind of thing. And we were having a laugh. Middle age is a bitch. And they were taking the boys were absolutely ripping the out of each other over whose hair was thinning the most. And it was brutal, but it was funny. Now, I get for anybody who does suffer from extreme balding or whatever, and that could be a sensitive topic. So I'm not saying that itself is funny. I'm saying the way they were teasing each other was funny. In the way that only siblings can do. You know, siblings are brutal. But that's what it's like to be in a Scottish family. I always used to wonder what because American Bex has spent a lot of time with my family. She spent a lot of time with my family, and I know she said to me a few times that we're a lot, and we are, because there's 5 of us and we're extreme, and you know, and we joked about it, like, you know, but yeah, the madness that it is, because you're not just, you know, we're a group, we're a cohesive, I mean, team that just you know. But when somebody new comes into that and they're like, you know, it's insanity, but it's good insanity, you know, it's great insanity. I often wonder about people that don't have siblings. Like, there's that combination of, I mean, oh, Dan, you get all the attention. Oh, fucking lie. You know, you're so lucky. I mean, you get, but at the same time, you get all the attention. You can't just pray that your parents are going to focus on one of your other siblings for a bit and give you a break. There's upsides and downsides. Like, there have been times in my life where being one of so many children, you're just like, ugh. And there are other times where you're just so thankful for having so many siblings. Like, I can see the pros and cons of both sides of the argument. I think people that don't have siblings do miss something, but I also think there is something very special about being an only child, and you know, and how that changes your social development, and you know, being a good person, a nice person, and you know, that ability to not have that constant fallback. Like, I think about some of the hardest times in my life, and it is your siblings. It is your siblings that pick you up. It is your siblings that hold you up. Don't get me wrong, they can be the biggest problem in your life on more than a few occasions. That has been true. But in general, like, when I get good or bad news, other than American Bex, the first person I want to call is my sister. Without a shadow of a doubt, it's my sister. She is not just my sister, she is one of my best friends. And I can't imagine not having her in my life. I can't even fathom that at all. Like, she's such an important part of my life. But, you know, So this is saying is I can, but at the same time, as someone who's had so many siblings, and yeah, there are occasions you have to fight for attention, and there are occasions where you're picking up other people's messes. And there's a level of when it's your siblings, you know, they say you can walk away. You can choose your friends, you can't choose your family. And there is a level of people go, oh, but, you know, walk away, cut the toxic people out of your life, don't. And I get that, but it's not as easy as it sounds. And what if they're not toxic, but they're just difficult? You know what I mean? Like, there's a level of, with siblings, you just have to kind of accept it. And I think, well, within reason, let's be clear, there are certain things that will never be forgivable. But, yeah, I mean, none of my siblings are like that. None of them have ever done anything that required being cut out of our lives. But yeah, it just makes me laugh. But yeah, so I can see the benefits. But yeah, I think it can be overwhelming if you're not. If you don't know how Scottish families function. Now, I know there will be some Scottish people watching going, oh, it's no our Scottish families like, and that's fine. Your family's the way it is. Not every Scottish family, but when Daniel Sloss was joking about it, the comedian, and joking about it, I couldn't relate more. I was like, oh, absolutely. This is absolutely the way my family is. It made me laugh so much because I was like, that's about right for a Scottish family. And my mum's English, so we're a mix. My dad's Scottish. We were all born in Scotland, but my mum's English, so it's a bit of a mix, you know. Which is where my what they call my international Scottish comes from. Obviously, having an English mother does change your accent slightly. Hey, princess, what you up to? You've just been out. You don't need to go out again. I'll tell you what, when Mama's finished recording, for a nice long W, okay? Maybe get some bees. Not dinner time yet. You're still 2 hours off dinner. Off you go. I have waffled something awful in this one, but I think it's because I'm having to do the clear. And when you're doing the clear, I like you to see the rooms, so I don't want to cut that out, but I don't just want to walk around in complete silence because that's kind of weird. So I kind of feel like I need to talk when I'm doing the clear, so you guys can see it. It's, yeah, don't ask me. I'm yeah. I'm going to try cut these sides down here because I've cleared this bottom floor now. So I'm going to try cut these sides away and take down these two higher bits. See what we can get, if we can get these down. Test it on this side first, because if we can drop it on this side first, then I know what I'm doing on the other side. I don't think it's, there might be another cut point underneath, but that's pretty high. I think this is one cut. This is where this side stops, but we'll see. There we go. Yeah, see, it moved. Right, okay, so let's rinse and repeat on this side. Okay, let's pop it. Excellent. Right, what I'm going to do is drop this bit here as well. See if this top bit will drop. There we go. So that we can get these out. I'm presuming they're meant to be the anchor chains. Right. I'm not going to stress too much about picking everything up because I think I'm going to try clear, like I said about what I was going to try do in the next ones that I try, which is clear the layers so that I know there's no more That's the word I'm looking for. Safe. So that I can then... Where did you go? So that I can then use the magnet. Alright, so this level's cleared, right? Just need to go down a level. I'm gonna double check this. I think this level's clear. I've got obviously those stairs to take out at the far end. Oh, so is that the bottom ones there? Oh, that's the bottom of those stairs. Okay. But I think everything else has come out, right? Let me go up. Let me go up. Yeah, so that's just the bottom. Now, here's the question. That's an interesting looking... Look at that. Right, no, okay. And floors. Okay, so that's fine. That's behaving the same way as the other ones. I just wanted to check it wasn't part of the initial ones that were not being held on by the floors, so... Right, okay, so I need to also get these out, so... First things first, I'm going to take the roof out above it, but I think I'm probably going to have to take more than that out. I'm going to have to take some of the sides out. Oh no, that's coming out. As is that. Score! Alright. I think I might go along and release the sides so that I can start dropping the edges as well, because there's nothing here that's in trouble if this layer drops. It's not a big deal. Alright, let's pop that. That moved. Very nice. Okay. So did that. I want to go around here and take this out. Oh, nice. I think I've released most of the sides now all the way around, except for slightly further along here. Over there. I haven't been all the way over there yet. Nice. Okay, that should be all of those sides released from both sides. So I think I just need to run around and deal with them for the moment. Here we are. Whoa, there we go. I'm so glad there's no fault. I love the fact that the toxic stuff technically puts you in your bed and sends you back to your... But you can, at the same time, you can throw yourself off of, you know... crazy heights.
Hello, क्या हाल है?
It's coming apart nicely. We are at, well, recording-wise, 4 hours and 35, but I did stop for some lunch, and I have waffled at the start as well, so it's probably closer to 4 hours, but I think I think the majority of the heavy lifting is done, and let me explain. I think the main stuff was at the top, and at most we've maybe got one more heavy duty layer, as in lots of walls, lots of stuff. I think the majority of it is now done, and everything from this part down, maybe one more layer, but everything from the red, which would be that layer there, but everything from here down is definitely not going to be... It's purely going to be heavy objects and stuff like that. It's going to be a few walls. It's not going to be anything major, I don't think. And that's assuming the next wall isn't as well. It's going to be something like that. I'm not expecting the next load to be particularly... Yeah, I think the majority of the heavy stuff is done. Which is the heavy clearing, the heavy, you know, the full rooms. Yeah. I might be wrong. The next layer might be really bad because it would be the really cheap tickets, but I doubt it. I'm not expecting there to be extremes in the next sections. Right, so that layer is clear, so we're on to the next layer. So this layer is done. We're going to this layer now. How the hell did my truck end up so far away? Oh, because I moved it to put the... Yeah. Okay. I love how when I'm not thinking about it, I get up there straight first time with the rope. At the moment I'm trying to do it or I'm trying to think about it, I can't do it. I find that hilarious. It's so typical my luck, isn't it? Right. Next layer. Wait, have I already cleared this layer? No, surely not. And I have already cleared this layer. I must have got myself confused. I thought that was the layer there that I just did, right? Okay, did I end up clearing the wrong layer there? This was the layer I just cleared, right? I thought this was the layer I just cleared. Apparently not. Apparently I cleared the layer below, but I don't... Okay. I must have dropped down without thinking about it and just started clearing it. Which, to be fair, is probably about right for me. I would have just gone into automatic pilot mode and started doing it, let's be honest. I'm looking for the cut points. so is there a cut point along here? Yes, there is. Let's see. I need to get this out as well. I need to get the floors above here cut out so I can get this out because this is full. So let's... Okay, can we get that out? Yes, we can. Oh yeah, because that was the room. Was that the room that had all the green sofas and stuff? All right. Oh. So cut points. We're still checking for the cut points. Got that one. Oh, hi. Somehow missed that room. Still need to separate the walls, but that's... I can go down and do that separately. I just want to get all the cut points first. Probably might be easier actually separating the walls first and then going back to the cut points, now that I think about it. Right, let's do that, right? So let's go along and loosen all the walls so that we can then go along and loosen all the floor. Okay, so I've run along and I have released the side. The thing I want to check before I do the other side is I want to maybe get this out. Eh? Whoa, didn't mean to fall. Okay. Right, so let's go along and release the floor on this side and then I'll do the other side. And then what I might do is bring everything back to that level. And then see where we are. Because I think there's going to be a load of heavy element stuff under there. Alright, let's go. Oh, that seems to have stopped moving up there. Ah. Okay, so that should be the side separated, so I should just be able to go along now and remove this layer here, as in the walls, and hopefully drop everything to this layer. so that I can get all of these bigger elements out. That is my thought process. Now, whether I manage that or not is another question, but we'll give it a go. All right. I was hoping that was going to move, but I guess not. So that I could throw things out that way, but I don't think that's going to happen. That. I think there's going to have to be a bit of cleanup at the end, unfortunately. That's... This is going to be... I'm going to have to do this really carefully because it's going to be so easy to accidentally damage one of these or knock a floor away. So, yeah. Okay, next section. Let's have a look. Can't really throw anything to the truck at the moment, so I just kind of have to gather it. And once I've got this down, I can then throw everything to the truck. Was not expecting there to be another safe. And another one. Officer quarters, maybe? All right. Okay, let's give this a knock. Okay, so funny shaped pieces don't, or a bit like the doors, they don't go down easy. Okay, good to know. It's always an important piece of information, isn't it? Okay. All right. Half the ship done. Got the other half over here to get done. Trick is just getting the walls down without accidentally removing a floor piece that destabilizes the bigger pieces. That's definitely the trick. Gotten messy. I was doing so well and it's now got really messy then, but I think that's because I can't reach the truck. So I just have to sort of drop all the boxes, which I don't like doing, but needs must. Where did we get to? I mean, I'm probably better not. Thing is, I need to pick the boxes up though because I can't see otherwise. I was going to say I'm probably better not picking them up and then they'll get picked up by the crane at the end, but a part of me is also like, just, you know. Okay, got all the way through here down. Just got this last little patch at the back now to bring down wall-wise, and hopefully we should be able to drop this level then. And with that, be able to start getting all these heavy crane elements out. It's a bit of a fight, but it's better than trying to cut each bit out over 3 levels, so, you know. I'm also just taking out. It's not ideal because I can't really reach the truck, but although I might be able to from here. But it's just been a case of drop the boxes where they were. So there's going to be a bit of cleanup, but that's kind of always going to be a thing, I think. I think at this point, I might go down and just check the floor below and see if there's any more safe. I don't think there will be. I'm saying that, I said that last time, and then there was a bunch on there. Well, there was, what, 3 or 4 on this level, but they were officers' quarters. But if there is other stuff below, there might be more down there. I'm gonna just go a quick check, because if there's not, then I can use the what's the word I'm looking for? I can use the oh, hello. Magnet to pick things up. So I've not seen any. I think we're fine actually at this level. I'm not seeing anything like any office spaces or anything that would make me be like, oh, that's gonna have a safe in it or anything like that. So it's all the running stuff at this bottom end, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so I think we're safe to use the magnet. So yeah. Alright, so we need to finish taking down this layer. Okay, so I have cut it all down bar this one piece here. This actually isn't standing. That's just, I hadn't picked it up. So all we need to do is take this piece down and it should drop all the floors above, she says. Hopefully, what I might do is quickly run around and cut these pieces while I can still see them. I have done a check below. There doesn't seem to be any more safes, so I should be able to use the magnet to clear. Although what I would like to do is clear the boxes first, because the magnet can throw the as we found out last time, the magnet can throw the boxes to places you can't reach, which is a problem. Okay. Oh. Excuse me? Okay, have I missed a wall somewhere? Maybe? These pieces can do weird things, can't they? It's fairly close to the wall. I don't think it's that. What is still standing and where? Ah. That'll do it. All came down. But I didn't see any heavy object, heavy support thing. Okay, I can't see anything. Right. Right, so what I'm going to do is grab some of these boxes out, clear a space from the boxes, and then drop drop the magnet and see what that does. I think it shouldn't take me as long to clear up, but it's more a case of I don't want to send the boxes because I haven't finished that one, which is still looking for some panels and some aluminium. So my concern is that there might be stuff in the boxes and the boxes. If I can't reach the boxes, I can't finish the quests. So, yeah. We'll see. I'll see what I can get. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Alright, I think that's the majority of it. There's a little bit kicking around still, like there. There's a few that I missed when I was throwing with, as you can see, but in general we've got the majority of it cleaned up. It was fairly easy. I just had to find the boxes, and I kind of, as I cleared an area, I then brought down the magnet and let it do its job while I continued sort of looking for the other boxes. So yeah, so I think the thing to do as well is to just finish off the last of these pieces, and then what we can do is start releasing, and then we can start getting everything out by crane. Alright, come on, little one. Let's get you done. It's been a good one. I mean, you can see I haven't traded anything in yet. I haven't set any of the contracts in, and I've already made 5 grand. So between all the saves, there was 5 grand. So if I had just gone in with the magnet and pulled everything out, that's 5 grand I wouldn't have gotten, which is insane. So it shows you it's worth not... Now again, someone can correct it if it isn't that case, and no, it doesn't take these saves until you've opened them, but from what I read, it does. So, yeah. All right. I'm so glad accidentally clipping them with the stuff doesn't make it go boom, because I would have exploded so many things in this game. Unbelievably so many things in this game. Come on. Right, they're all on the move. That's fine. Okay, next one. Got this one out. And then I've got that one out. And that one. And that one. Okay. So many things to clip. As I have the house to myself this evening, I can sense a bath, some nice food, and a book coming on. Sit with no noise and chill out. Obviously, I need to sort the dog though. And I did promise I would let her out once we've done all this, so I'll take her out for a bit. She's such a good pup. I mean, I've been doing this for quite a number of hours, and she's just so patient. You know, she's gonna get a lot of fuss when this is done, sort of as a, you know, thank you for being so well behaved.
आपके पास कोई जहाज है? हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
14 things in the queue now. My goodness.
Park meneer
That one's not separated yet. Why can't I get that one out?
Hello.
That's weird. Okay. Can't get that one out, but I can get the others out. That's bizarre.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
All right. Can I get down there and cut them out and get that out? Yes, I can.
कोई बात नहीं.
Is the answer to that. Nice. Alright. What I'm gonna do is cut back to here. Since all of these have been removed. You just hear the crane going like crazy. I really need to spend the money and get the next crane upgrade, to be honest. Slowly getting there. It's sort of coming down nicely. Right. Work out to get this one out now. I think I need to kind of just work my way back until I get close to it. Work where the cut points are and work my way back so I can see what's going to release like that. Okay. Probably need to do it from underneath so I don't risk dropping the piece, but I'll see. I'm not sure yet at this point what I need to do and what I don't need to do. I do need to use up that mobile container, which is going to be easy enough. There's still enough pieces left, so I'm just going to start putting things into that, I think. If I can get it uncovered, it'll make it easier. Which is here, right? Okay, I think I need to get up and over and go release that front end. No, hang on, what am I doing? I'm going to do over here, right? Right, I need to work out how I get this off. Right, where's the pieces that detach from there? Right, so it's from here back. Okay. So that piece moved, okay? And then from here... Of course, just to make this more complicated. Come on. For goodness sake. This is not being nice, is it? Come on. This is a nightmare. Right, well this piece is under there, so it has to be from under there that it goes. So, here you go. Did that move? I think it did, so let's get out there and get it. No. I don't know if it did. That piece has definitely moved, but I don't think this piece has. Crud. So what's holding this piece on then? Shouldn't be anything holding this piece on now. Oh. It's gonna be this, isn't it? Or not. Maybe it's this piece? Shouldn't be anything further back because... Right, well, it's been cut. There is nothing else holding that piece in. I'm going to go move it, just see if it does. Maybe it hasn't moved, but it is actually moved, if that makes any sense. It doesn't look like it, because the cut pieces normally disappear when that happens. All I can do is give it a shot. Right, well, I need to go to the next one. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Nope, it's not detached, so... It's saying there's a piece, right? It said there's still a piece, but there's not still a piece. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. No, that's a pain in the ass. There we go. I didn't actually have to I just had to just detach it. I didn't have to pull it off to get it to go. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. I mean, that is balancing by, you know, a ball hair, to be honest. Right. We can go down and release the rest of the sides, to be honest, because it's only the floor below now. So satisfying watching all the side pieces pop to the side as it goes. It's really satisfying. All right. Up you go, little one. Oh, there you go. Right, obviously it hasn't dropped the floor. There'll be walls underneath holding it up, but we have at least released the sides. Just something. So we should be able to scoot out and sort them. And pick up some of the boxes while we're out here, since I made such a mess earlier. It's amazing, because the first, like, chunks of this, I was doing really well. It was all neat and tidy. I think I missed, like, a box, maybe two. Everything was looking good. Everything was neat and tidy. And then this, I got to sort of the middle deck where I couldn't see, and I had to release, and everything just started going to you just get to a stage where you're just like, screw it, go. It'll do it. Right, next bit. Right. That go. Yes, it did. Okay. Can't seem to reach that one. Is there another one? Doesn't seem to be another crane down here, so how the hell are you supposed to reach that? Oh, that one just comes out on its own. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And to the other side. These really flew at me. I was quite surprised. I expected some of the bigger ships to have big pieces fly at your face like they did the first time you were doing some of the big pieces on the wrench, and it was like, whoo, scary, might need new underwear moments, but not really on this one. This one's not really had any of those.
क्या हाल है? कोई बात नहीं.
Just trying to clear around these so that I can get them out.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? हेलो, क्या हाल है?
Or does that one go back to there? Right, okay, so I can't really do much until these are out. Alright, working our way forward. Right, I think all we can do really is try... I'm not going to stress about taking down the walls too much. I think it's working out where the things need to come out are. And then just taking down the tops above them. I think that's going to be easier than trying to bring the walls down, to be honest. So much faster than trying to bring down walls, to be honest. The only reason I didn't do that with the last level was because there was like 3 levels above, and the time it would have taken me to cut each one of those individual pieces out from the, you know, for all the floors above it, I would have been just as quick doing what I did. So that's why I didn't do that for the last floor, and I just sort of brought them all down. I know then you're like, oh, but then you've got the cleanup. I would have to clean up anyway, whether I did it at the start or whether I did it at the end. You know, whether I did it before I did it or after it, it didn't make a difference. The cleanup's still going to take the same amount of time. So, yeah. Thank you.
मैं जल्द ही वहां आऊंगा.
Right, that one's going to need another bit of the floor taken out. Or the roof even. There's another 2 pieces of the roof taken out.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
I'm just putting everything in that, because once that's gone, that's another heavy element, essentially. I need that to go before I can collapse the floors, so might as well fill it.
क्या हाल है? क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है? मैं जल्दी वहां आऊंगा.
Going in the right direction. It's a bit back and forth while I bring them all down, but it's going in the right direction.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Right, I need to get up and release the rest of the roof. Yeah, there we go.
हेलो, क्या हाल है?
Alright, let's pop it. Okay. Let's get these out. To the other side. There we go.
कोई बात नहीं.
Just need to find them all now.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
It's over there somewhere, isn't it? There you go. I'm not on the crane element. Constantly feels the need to lecture me. But to be fair, one of the times I actually was, and I didn't realise I was, but that's not the point.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
On a rare occasion, I jump over them. That's fair. I think once you've done it a couple of times, it should actually start saying things like "dumbass," "move," "you've been told." I could use a magnet, but there's not. By the time the magnet gets here, plus it's lifting other crane elements out, I might as well just do it myself. Right, I've done all the way back to here, so that's fine. Not cut the piece yet, but I've done it back to here. Is there any pieces still up here? I need to collect. Yes, is the answer to that question.
क्या हाल है?
Yeah, I am on it this time. Did I see that? I thought I saw one of that. Yeah, it's down there, right? No? I thought I saw a crate flashing. Maybe it's under. Maybe it's under the ship. It's definitely there, right? There it is. Ah, crap. Ah, I'm stuck. There we go. That was slightly terrifying. No, do you know what? I'll get it when it drops out. I'm not gonna fight with the... I got stuck last time.
कोई बात नहीं.
Maybe it doesn't have all its element. So, oh, there's one under there. Okay.
Hello, क्या हाल है?
Okay. I think we're almost there. We just need to drop this last layer, I think. We've got a few things still to come out. I just need to find them all. I think the majority of it is now done.
हम संपर्क में रहेंगे.
That's that one out. Okay. I'm trying to see as I go. That's half the battle.
मैं जल्द ही वहाँ आऊँगा.
Right.
क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है?
Okay, and I got all of this. So let me... Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go up these stairs. I'm going to take a look from above. So we've got those bits going. That's fine. Ah, so that's gone. Those have gone. Nothing else on this side. So unless there's anything still on the other side, I think we're good. Right. that's it. Right, so I think we can just drop the sides and let the floors collapse. Let's go. First things first, need to be able to access the sides. Alright, let's go. This is where it doesn't collapse the floor and I'm gonna cry. It didn't. No, which means I'm gonna have to... please don't tell me I'm gonna have to do all the floor bit at a time because of these bars. I'm gonna cry, man. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Come on. Oh, stop there, so maybe it will. Oh no, there's that piece, that weird piece that did the same thing on the other side, isn't there? So we need to get under there and deal with that. Okay. Come on, let me under. Don't want to mess around with it, let me under. Woo, thank you.
हेलो क्या हाल है मैं जल्दी वहां आऊंगा क्या आपके पास कोई जहाज है हम संपर्क में रहेंगे
Alright, we'll leave that to do its job, and I'm going to go collect any pieces that fell from the pieces I've taken out. Don't see anything. It's so... what's this over here? That's just the edge of the... Right, so I'm going to do a quick sort of round, see if there's anything that's fallen off. It's just a stone, Becky. Like that. Okay. No. No. This is so brilliant. All right. That piece can go, and that piece can go. What else needs? I'm just checking as I go. There's nothing else needing collected before I cut next pieces. Not any rush because it's going to take a little time to do all of it, so it's fine. Pick up that piece and a couple of them. Next piece. Because there are two cranes working. Because a piece of that front's going while that crane is still doing its... Is that how the crane speed is faster? There's two cranes. Interesting. Or is the magnet crane a different crane from the crane? Oh, I don't know. There's too many words crane in the same sentence there. Oh, look at the crack down the side of it. That's cool. Right, next bits. Where's that? That's over there. I don't think there's much to pick up here. It's gonna get most of it, I think. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, and I think that's all the cut points, so that should then just... Oh, no, we must have missed a cut point somewhere. Get that. Up there. How the hell did I manage that? I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Oh no, I can, look. Right, so let's keep checking the front as it goes forward and pick up any pieces we think it's dropped. It shouldn't drop many because I kind of did it clean as I went. But there might be pieces that fell through before that. Alright, come on, come on, come on, move. Pick it all up. I might do, while this is removing the last couple of pieces, run back and hand the contracts in. About 6.5 hours, between 6:20 and 6.5, I think. I'm not sure exactly because I don't know how many times I stopped and stuff like that, but I think it's around that it's taken me, which is not bad actually, given that it's one of the smaller ones took me that. There you go, got the achievement for having all the contracts handed in. Oh, that was a double escape press there, didn't mean that. Like how some of the elements we've seen before have been removed, like that, which apparently are now being used to hang washing, are here. Like there's the hull piece from one of the ones we did previously. I think that's the hull from one of the submarines, I'm not sure. Just letting me check the new pieces that have moved. Okay. then the last sort of checks on the ones that have just moved. A bunch of pieces here. All right. Is that piece there? Yes, it is. How I saw that, I don't know. I think that's us. I mean, I might have missed the odd piece, but I think in general, I think that's the majority of it. I'm quite happy with that. I'm having a look around to see if there is any blinky green boxes. Do I look like I've... Get on the back of the damn truck. Do I look like I've missed any boxes? I don't see any. There doesn't seem to be any off into unknown territory either, so I think we're okay. So let's go hand this all in. That was quite a ride. The good sign is that my computer seems to be able to handle it. Now that isn't the biggest one, but it's... I think if it can handle that, it should handle the other ones. I think the trick is just not dropping too much at once, I think, which is what I did with the other big one that I did. So yeah. Oh, how many sort tubs would this be? I think the big one was what, 4K? 5K, 5.7. That's a lot. I would not have sat there for 5.7. I can assure you of that. I would have sat there for 5, never mind 5,500, 5,750. Nope. That's a fair assessment at this point. Anyway, guys, that is the next big one done. I can't believe my computer actually managed to handle that. I'm very pleased. A bit of waffling as we sort through it, but we found those safes. So I think what I need to do for the next one is clear whether I want to or not. Take time right at the start. It will be a slower start till we start breaking things down, but doing that so that I can then just start using the crane when I do drop. I think that's what... Not the crane. The magnet. So that I can start using that. Simply because... Yeah. Otherwise, it's too slow for me to pick everything up by hand, piece by piece. And that's... I must admit, that first one, I lost about 20 minutes doing that. And I think, yeah, definitely. Anyway, I'm going to leave this one here, guys. So let me just... I've definitely cleared everything out, right, in my bags? Yes, okay. So next time, I think we're on to the blue... Is it the Big Blue Dream or something like that? But anyway, that's us finished this one. That was quite an adventure. Obviously, I didn't realise there was a second ship space that we're now using. I wonder if we will ever come back to this one. I kind of like this one. I think you don't need ships as big as the other ones. I think if they fit in that space, they're fine. It's like I said previously, you don't need them to be bigger. You need them to be complex. There's a big difference with that. And complex, I don't just mean lots more walls. I mean... patterns to them that make them you have to do certain things in certain orders or you lose things, so you have to think about what you're bringing down. That to me would be more exciting. I also think you could add in challenge modes as well, but we had that conversation. Anyway, gonna leave this part here, guys, and hopefully you are enjoying the series, and if you are, don't forget to give us a like, and we'll see you in the next one. Enjoy all.